Do not turn away from me now. I am speaking to you with an urgency that cannot wait for a better moment, because there is no better moment than this one. Something heavy is trying to cross into your life, and I am reaching you before it arrives. I am not speaking to frighten you. I am speaking to save you. If you walk away from these words, you may walk straight into what I am trying to place behind you. Hear me clearly. Danger grows when guidance is ignored. Protection rises when you listen. This is the simple truth I am setting before you today, and everything else I say will rest upon it. Stay with me now, because this is where your safety begins. You feel something inside you at this very moment, a pull, a stillness that tells you not to brush this aside as another passing word. That feeling is not random. It is the part of you that still hears me clearly, even when your mind is tired and the world around you is loud. I placed that pull in you, and I am using it now to hold your attention, because what I have to say cannot be missed. Something is trying to move into your life that does not belong there. It carries confusion. It carries loss. It carries a weight you were never meant to bear. I am standing between you and that moment, and I'm calling you to listen carefully so you do not walk into it unaware. This is why I say do not turn away. To turn away from my voice is to walk without covering. You have been through seasons before that shook you deeply. You remember how it felt when everything seemed to fall apart without warning, when the ground you trusted gave way beneath you. I was there. I saw every silent struggle you never spoke aloud. I heard the words you prayed into the dark when you thought no one was listening. I never left, not even when you turned away, not even when you forgot how to listen. Now I am asking you to stay, because I am about to guide you away from something that could bring that kind of shaking again, only stronger. If you value your peace, if you value your future, if you value the ones you carry in prayer, then remain here and let me speak into your situation. What I reveal is not meant to alarm you. It is meant to prepare you, so you stand firm instead of falling into something you could have stepped around. There are paths forming ahead of you even now. Not all of them lead to peace, though some of them look smooth at the start. You have been close to a decision, close to a direction that seems harmless on its surface. But it carries consequences you cannot yet see. I see what you cannot see. I know where each road bends and where each road breaks, and I am stepping in to turn you before the turning becomes costly. Listen closely, because the next steps you take will shape what follows. You are not weak and you are not forgotten, even if you have felt overlooked, even if you have grown tired of waiting for things to change. I chose to speak to you because your heart still listens. In a world full of noise, that is no small thing. It is the very reason my word can reach you now. The trouble I speak of is not something you are appointed to suffer. It is something you are meant to avoid through attention and obedience. That is why I am here now. Not later, not after the damage is done. Now, while there is still time to shift your direction. A warning that arrives after the fall is only a lament. A warning that arrives before the fall is a rescue. Receive this as rescue. There are people near you whose intentions are not fully clear. There are situations that appear calm on the surface but carry hidden weight beneath, like deep water moving under still ice. You have sensed this. You felt it, and then talked yourself out of it, hoping things would settle on their own. I am telling you plainly, ignoring these signals can open doors you never intended to open. Become aware, become careful. Stand grounded in what I am telling you. This is not protection through fear. It is protection through attention. Fear closes the eyes. Attention opens them. I am opening your eyes today, my child, because an open eye sees the pit before the foot reaches it. You are not alone in this moment, even if it feels like you are the only one carrying these thoughts. I am closer than your breath. I am guiding you step by step, even in the hours when you feel nothing at all. Every time you choose to listen instead of rushing forward, you place yourself under protection instead of chaos. Every time you pause at my voice, a trap somewhere ahead of you loses its power. There is a shift that needs to happen inside you, and it begins today. It is the shift from rushing into decisions toward pausing and seeking wisdom. You have been moving quickly, trying to repair what feels broken with your own two hands, trying to outrun the ache of uncertainty. I understand your urgency, but hear me. Speed without direction leads to regret. A runner on the wrong road only gets farther from home. When you slow down and listen, you allow me to set the right steps in front of you. This is how you move forward without falling. This is how the snare is broken before it closes. I am not here to take your freedom. I am here to guard your future. Everything I say flows from love, even when it arrives with weight and fire in it. You matter more than you have been told. Your path holds more purpose than anyone has shown you. That is why I refuse to stay silent while something gathers against your peace. I speak because I love you. I warn because I will not stand by and let the enemy of your soul take what I have prepared for you. So stay. Listen. Let every word find its place in you. Declare your amen if you have faith. There is something unfolding quietly around you. It makes no noise, yet it carries weight enough to shake your peace if you are not aware of it. I am drawing your attention to it now, so you do not walk into it blind. When you stay with me like this, you are choosing light over confusion. That choice is already protecting you, even before you understand how. You have noticed small signs lately, moments that did not sit right, words that stayed in your mind longer than they should have, a heaviness in a room that everyone else seemed to ignore. Those were not accidents, and they were not your imagination. They were warnings your spirit recognized even while your thoughts tried to dismiss them. I placed that awareness in you for a reason. Now I am asking you to trust it instead of brushing it aside. Understand how danger moves. It rarely announces itself. It does not always come loudly kicking down the door. More often it slips in quietly, through decisions made in haste, through friendships accepted without discernment, through distractions that eat the hours I gave you for better things. I am teaching you to recognize it while it is still small. A fire noticed at the first thread of smoke is easily put out. A fire ignored becomes a ruin. There is a pattern that has been forming in your life, a cycle that returns in different clothing but carries the same ending. You know the feeling. Things seem steady, and then, suddenly, everything tilts, and you are left holding pieces and asking how it happened again. I am breaking that pattern now by naming it before it repeats. You were not made to relive the same sorrow in new seasons. You were made to rise above it with wisdom I supply. When you understand, you move differently. When you move differently, your future changes. This is why I speak so plainly to you today. Clarity is the key that opens the lock the cycle has kept you in. Hear this also. There's an influence near you that pulls your decisions slightly off course. Not enough to notice in a day, enough to matter in a year. It may feel harmless. It may even feel comforting. But beneath it runs a direction that does not lead to your peace. I'm asking you to step back and observe before you give it more of your time, your energy, or your trust. Not everything that feels right in the moment is right for your future. I see the whole field. You see one row. Let my sight guide your steps. You have been carrying a quiet pressure inside you, a sense that something must change without knowing what or how. That pressure is not sent to crush you. It is sent to wake you. You cannot keep walking the same road and arrive at a different city. I am opening your eyes so you can turn while turning is still easy. When you listen now, you move by guidance. When you refuse, you are moved later by pain. Between those two ways of learning, choose the gentler one. I want you led, not driven. There are moments ahead that will test your focus. Distraction will come dressed as importance, pulling at your sleeve, insisting it cannot wait. In those moments, a small voice inside you will say, "Pause, think, look again." That voice is mine. It has kept you from more harm than you will ever know this side of eternity. If you override it, you will find yourself in places that drain you and choices that haunt you. If you honor it, you will step over pits you never even see. This is how the prudent walk, as it is written. The wise see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and pay the price. You are stronger than you think. But strength without direction is a horse without a rider. You have power to endure, yet I would rather you not spend it on battles you were never assigned. Some struggles can be avoided entirely by one act of listening, one moment of patience, one refusal to rush. You do not need to prove your strength by walking into storms. True strength bows its head and asks which way to go. That is the strength I am building in you. Now look at the door standing before you. It has the shape of an opportunity. It promises progress, relief, a way out. But I am telling you to look deeper before you step through. Not every open door is opened by my hand. Some doors are tests. Some are traps dressed in welcome. The lessons behind the wrong door come with wounds that take years to close. Wounds you were never meant to carry. Wait. Judge the fruit, not the paint. When the right door comes, it will not bring confusion trailing behind it. It will bring peace walking beside it. You have been asking for protection. You have been asking for clarity, for some sign that you are not facing all of this alone. This is that answer, though it comes differently than you expected. Protection does not always look like comfort. Sometimes it looks like a warning that pulls you away from something you thought you wanted. Clarity does not always feel gentle. Sometimes it arrives urgent and direct, because it must reach you before you reach the edge. I am giving you both at once. Receive them fully. Safety comes by accepting what I give, not by bargaining with it. And remember who is speaking. I am the one who parted waters when there was no way through. I am the one who shut the mouths of lions and walked my servants through fire without the smell of smoke on their clothes. Nothing gathering near your life is hidden from me, and nothing hidden from me can stand against my purpose for you. The same hand that held them holds you. Say, I believe, if this word is reaching your spirit. There is something in your life that needs to be released. It no longer serves your growth, yet you have held it out of habit or out of fear of the empty space it would leave behind. It may be a connection. It may be a way of thinking. It may be a routine that feels familiar while it quietly drains you. I am naming it now so you can set it down before it leads you into something heavier. Letting go is not loss when it protects your peace. It is strength in its purest form. The farmer who prunes the branch is not destroying the tree. He is preparing the harvest. You are not losing. You are making room. Trust that what leaves your hands is clearing the way for what I am sending. My word does not return to me empty, and neither will your obedience. You are not being punished, and you have not been singled out for hardship. What you are experiencing is positioning. I see what stands ahead on your road, and I care enough to speak into your present so your future stays steady. This is not about fear. It is about alignment. When you align with my voice, you stand firm even while everything around you shifts. That is the kind of stability I want for you, the kind that does not depend on calm weather. There is a weight that has been building slowly in your days, not heavy enough to stop you, just heavy enough to bend your direction without your notice. It hides in distractions. It hides in sharp reactions. It hides in choices made too quickly, without a single breath of reflection. These are the narrow gaps where trouble enters, not through great events, but through small, unguarded moments. Guard the small moments, and you guard the whole house. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear what follows the altar. When Abraham lifted his eyes on the mountain, the ram was already in the thicket. The provision was in place before the need was visible. It is the same with you. What I have prepared for your coming days is already set along the road, waiting for you to arrive at it. Your part is not to produce the provision. Your part is to keep walking in trust until you reach it. You have been moving forward with good intentions, trying to do what is right, trying to hold your world steady. But intention alone cannot protect you if it is not joined to patience. There are places where your heart wants to move faster than your understanding, and that gap is exactly where missteps are born. I am slowing you down, not to frustrate you, but to keep you inside my timing. When you slow down, you see clearly. When you see clearly, you step over what would have brought sorrow later. There is someone connected to your life whose spirit does not match the direction I am leading you. This does not make them evil. It makes them misaligned with your assignment. Their presence leans on your decisions in ways that tilt you off course, a degree at a time. A single degree seems like nothing on the first day. After 1,000 steps, it is a different destination altogether. I am asking you to create space, to observe, to guard your heart, for out of it flow the springs of life. This is not rejection. This is stewardship of the path I gave you. You were never meant to carry everything alone, though you have learned to be strong and self-reliant. That strength helped you survive hard seasons. But survival and abundance are not the same country, and the road between them is called trust. You do not need to solve every riddle by yourself while I am standing here speaking. Trusting me means pausing to receive direction before you act. That pause is where clarity lives, and clarity is the wall around your peace. There is a decision ahead of you that deserves more attention than you plan to give it. It looks simple. It looks like something you could settle in an afternoon. I am telling you now, do not rush it. This decision carries weight that will touch not only you, but the ones you love. Approach it with calm. Approach it with prayer. When you do, details will surface that you would have missed at speed, and those details will point you to the right choice, like markers on a trail. You have been feeling a restlessness you cannot fully explain, a quiet discomfort under the surface of ordinary days. That feeling is not confusion. It is a signal. Something is shifting, and you are being called to adjust before the shift arrives in full. Restlessness often comes when change is required, but not yet begun. Do not numb it. Do not outrun it. Bring it to me, and I will translate it into instruction. When you answer the inner signal early, you stay ahead of what is coming. That is how you remain steady while others are caught off guard. Look also at your habits, the things you do without thinking because they are familiar. Some of them strengthen you. Some of them quietly pull you away from hearing me. I am not asking you to overturn your whole life in a day. I am asking you to become aware of what feeds you and what feeds on you. Awareness is the first mercy. Change is the second. Choose what strengthens you, and you become very hard to shake. A moment is coming when you will be tested, not in a way that breaks you, but in a way that reveals how well you have listened. You will face a choice that looks familiar, something you have met before wearing different clothes. The last time, it cost you. This time, you will see it coming. That is where your growth will show itself. Not in avoiding every trial, but in choosing differently when the old trial returns. I am preparing you for that moment right now, word by word. When it arrives, you will feel the pull of the old response rising in you. The old haste, the old appetite, the old excuse. And then you will feel something newer and quieter underneath it. The steadiness we have been building together. Follow the steadiness. One different choice at the familiar crossroad, and a cycle that has run for years comes to its end. This is how chains break, not with noise, but with one obedient step. Do not underestimate the power of staying near to me in small ways. A breath of prayer in the middle of an ordinary hour. A moment of thanks before you rise. A pause to ask me before you answer someone. These small turnings are not small at all. Each one strengthens your ear to hear and your will to follow. Transformation is not one great leap. It is 1,000 quiet returns to my presence, and you are already returning. There are layers to what I am showing you, and each day of listening peels another one back. At first, my word sounds like general counsel. Then you begin to see how precisely it touches your life. The decision you have been weighing, the person you have been trusting, the direction you have been considering. All of it is being brought into the light, not to overwhelm you, but so you can move wisely. Wisdom is the lamp that keeps your feet on solid ground when everything else feels uncertain. You have been standing at a quiet turning point, even if you did not name it as one. From the outside, nothing looks dramatic, but heaven marks this season in your life, because small shifts made here will decide large outcomes later. You're not stuck. You're being positioned. The bow must be drawn backward before the arrow flies. When you understand that, waiting stops feeling like abandonment and starts feeling like aim. Now attend to your thoughts, because not every thought in your mind was born there. Some were planted by old wounds. Some were spoken over you by careless mouths years ago and took root. Some are whispers from the enemy of your soul, dressed in your own voice. When you accept them without question, they begin to steer your actions. I'm asking you to slow down and test what you have been believing. Take every thought captive. Not every thought deserves your trust, and not every feeling deserves your obedience. Filter what you receive, and you will protect what you become. You have an instinct I wove into you, a quiet knowing that senses when something is off before your mind can explain it. There were times you overrode it, hoping to be wrong, hoping things would improve on their own. Some of your deepest regrets began in exactly those moments. I am strengthening that instinct now so you can honor it without apology. When you feel that inner hesitation, do not push past it to keep the peace or keep the pace. Stop. Ask. Listen. That hesitation is often my hand on your shoulder. There is a situation near you that seems stable on the surface but carries tension underneath. You have noticed the small tells. A change of tone. A silence where there used to be openness. Moments that did not add up. Do not explain these away. I'm not asking you to react with suspicion or fear. I'm asking you to respond with attention. What is noticed early can be handled gently. What is ignored grows teeth. Learn also what protection truly is. It is not the removal of every obstacle from your road. It is my guidance through the obstacles in a way that keeps you whole. There will always be moments that press you. But when you walk in awareness, those moments do not rule you. You respond instead of react. You consider instead of rush. That single shift moves you from being a target to being a watchman on the wall. There is still a part of you that wants to resolve everything at once, to sprint out of uncertainty because the waiting itches. I understand that ache. But decisions squeezed out under pressure are the ones most often regretted at leisure. I'm slowing your hand so your eyes can catch up. Trust this process even when it feels uncomfortable. A moment of discomfort under my instruction is worth years of ease on the far side of it. You have been carrying responsibilities that feel heavy, managing burdens while letting no one see the strain. In that tiredness, important details start slipping past you. I am calling your focus back before something that matters is missed. You do not have to carry all of it in your own arms. Cast the weight onto me, for I care for you, and I do not drop what I carry. Rest is not neglect of your duty. Rest is trust wearing work clothes. And set your boundaries, even where it feels uncomfortable to set them. You have allowed certain things to continue because addressing them felt harder than enduring them. But they have been taxing your peace, and the bill grows each month. Stand firm in what you know is right for your life. A boundary is not a wall against people. It is a fence around the garden I planted in you. Keep the fence, and the garden feeds everyone who enters by the gate. You have been surrounded by noise for too long. Voices pulling your attention in a dozen directions. Demands stacked on demands. A hum of worry that never quite goes silent. That noise makes it hard to hear what matters. It buries my guidance under a pile of urgencies that will not matter in a year. I am asking you to make room for quiet, even briefly, even imperfectly. I did not speak to my prophet in the wind, or the earthquake, or the fire. I spoke in a low whisper, and he had to still himself to hear it. It is the same with you. In quiet, clarity grows strong. In clarity, decisions grow wise. This is not about escaping your life or emptying your days. It is about choosing where your attention lives. Attention is the doorway of the soul. Whatever you attend to enters. Guard the doorway, and you guard everything inside. There are conversations coming soon. Words that will carry more meaning than they seem to at first hearing. Listen not only to what is said, but to what moves in you as it is said. Truth has a weight the heart can feel beneath the words. If something rings hollow, do not silence that ringing just to keep things comfortable. Comfort is not proof of truth, and discomfort is not proof of danger. Ask me for discernment in the moment, and I will give it without scolding you for asking. Be careful, too, with what you share and with whom. Not everyone around you understands your journey, and not every ear is safe for your dreams. You have been open in ways that left you exposed, handing the tender things of your heart to people who did not know how to hold them. Joseph told his dream to his brothers and found a pit waiting. Some things I show you are for you and me alone until their season. Silence, rightly used, is armor. Choose your confidants the way you would choose someone to hold a flame in a dry field. Speak, I receive this, if your heart is open today. There is a pattern of hesitation in you as well, a habit of doubting what you clearly sense. You second-guess the knowing I placed in you, waiting for outside confirmation that rarely comes in time. That hesitation has cost you moments when you could have stepped aside from harm or stepped into blessing. I am building your confidence now. When you sense my leading, you do not need the whole map to take the next step. Trust grows by walking, not by studying the road from a distance. Protect your focus, for it is one of the strongest things I have placed in you. Not every opportunity deserves your yes. Not every conflict requires your presence. Not every need within reach is an assignment with your name on it. Even my son, when the crowds pressed him, withdrew to lonely places to pray, and he did not heal in every town. He moved as the Father directed, nothing more, nothing less. Learn that rhythm. When you spend your strength only where I send you, your strength is always enough. You are stepping into a season where awareness will guide you more than habit does. At first, this will feel strange, like writing with your other hand. You are used to moving on old reflexes, reacting before thinking, deciding before praying. But as you keep listening, you will notice your responses growing calmer, your choices growing cleaner, your path growing steadier. This is the renewing of your mind I promised. It is not loud, it is thorough. And once it takes hold, it changes how you move through everything. Something will soon present itself as urgent, demanding immediate action, pressing you to decide before you can breathe. Mark my words on this. Not everything urgent is important, and not everything important arrives with alarm bells. Urgency is often the costume that pressure wears to bypass your wisdom. When the push comes, stand still. Stillness will reveal whether the thing is truly yours or merely loud. The one who believes will not be in haste. Calm is not slowness. Calm is command of your own steps. Your future is not meant to be shaped by fear. It is meant to be shaped by clarity and by covenant. Every warning I have spoken to you today is a lamp, not a lash. When you are aware, fear loses its grip, because you understand what is happening and you know what to do. You are not being led into darkness. You are being led out of it, one deliberate step at a time. And I do not lose travelers on my road. Notice how protection has already been at work around you. There were days you were delayed and grumbled at the delay, never seeing what the delay let pass ahead of you. There were requests denied that you mourned, doors closed that you pounded on, and behind some of them stood grief you never had to meet. You have been spared in ways that will only be understood when you see the whole story from my side of it. Let that settle your heart about the things I am asking of you now. The timing of all this is not random. You are being prepared just before something tries to enter your life, so that it finds you ready instead of surprised. Preparation is the difference between panic and peace. The wise virgins filled their lamps before the shout came at midnight, and when it came, they walked in without fear. I am filling your lamp right now. Stay with me while the oil is being poured. You are learning, too, that my voice has a signature. When something is truly from me, a calm arrives with it, even when the instruction is hard. When something is not from me, a subtle static comes with it, a tension that does not resolve no matter how you reason with it. These signals are not moods. They are part of how I lead you. Trust them, test them against my word, and they will keep you on the path when the fog is thick. There are people who will not understand your path, and their words may plant doubt in you without their meaning any harm. They speak from what they can see, and they cannot see what I have shown you. Do not hand them the pen that writes your direction. Noah built for years under a clear sky while neighbors shook their heads, and the rain proved the builder right. Listen to counsel with humility, but let my voice be the deciding one. When you stay aligned with what I have spoken, you remain steady even when others question every board you nail. You are learning to trust a deeper sense within you, one that does not beg for constant reassurance. That trust is growing because you keep showing up to listen. When it matures, you will no longer feel lost in uncertain seasons. You will move with a quiet confidence that needs no audience and no applause. It is not loud. It does not argue. It simply keeps walking in the direction I pointed, and it arrives. A situation is approaching that will ask you to respond with clarity instead of emotion. In earlier years, you would have answered from the wound, letting the feeling fire before the thought could load. This time you will feel something new between the spark and the flame. A pause. Space enough to breathe, to pray, to choose. I am placing that pause in you now, and it will save you from turning a small matter into a long war. The one who rules their own spirit is mightier than the one who takes a city. You have been carrying concerns you have never fully spoken, thoughts that circle at night, questions you swallow in the day because you are unsure where to set them down. Bring them to me out loud. I am bringing them to the surface, not to shame you, but so you can face them with understanding instead of dread. A worry named in prayer is already half its former size. You're not asked to solve everything at once. You're asked to stop hiding it from the only one who already knows. Think of the field the farmer lets rest for a season. To an impatient eye, it looks abandoned, wasted, going nowhere. But the soil is being restored in secret, minerals gathering, strength returning, so the next planting yields double. Parts of your life that look dormant right now are fields at rest under my order. Nothing is being wasted. Do not despise the resting field, and do not force a planting out of season. The harvest belongs to the one who honors the timing of it. Or consider the river. It does not argue with the mountain. It moves around, it moves under. It finds the low and honest way. And in 100 years, it has carved a canyon that no hammer could have made. Your persistence does not need to be violent to be victorious. Keep flowing in the direction I have set, gentle and unceasing, and none of it will be wasted either. What blocks you today will one day be the banks that give your life its shape. There's a situation that may try to pull you back into an old pattern. It will come dressed in familiarity, whispering that this time will be different while carrying the same ending in its pocket. I am showing you beforehand, so recognition arrives before regret. When it appears, you will feel the old gravity. Stand in the new ground. One clear refusal at the right moment will close a door that has been swinging for years, and you will feel the wind of it stop at last. You are also learning quiet discernment, the strength to observe without instantly reacting. This is no small skill. The one who observes first understands, and the one who understands responds in a way that protects peace. You no longer need to prove anything by speed. Let others mistake your stillness for hesitation if they wish. Stillness that listens to heaven moves faster than haste that listens to panic. Small tests are ahead, not storms, just simple choices carrying deeper meaning than their size suggests. A word you could say and choose not to. An offense you could pick up and leave lying on the road. A shortcut you could take with no one else knowing. These little crossroads are where your growth will show itself. He who is faithful in little will be trusted with much. Pass the small tests, and the larger doors open without your pushing. There is a foundation being laid in you right now, below the surface where no one applauds. Builders spend long months on ground no passerby admires, digging down before anything rises up. To the hurried eye, it looks like nothing is happening, but every stone set in that unseen ground decides how high the walls can safely climb later. I am building deep in you because I intend to build high. Do not resent the season underground. Towers rushed onto shallow footings fall in the first hard wind. and I have never once built you to fall. Remember the desert road. My people walked it between the chains they left and the promise they entered, and the walking itself did the work the promise required. In the desert they learned my daily bread, my pillar of fire, my faithfulness at dawn after dawn. If your current stretch feels dry, it is not because you are lost. It is because some things are only learned where the distractions die away. You are closer to the far edge of this desert than you think. Do not sit down in the sand now. The seasons themselves preach this if you will hear them. No winter has ever held the ground past its appointed hour. The tree that stands bare in the cold is not dead, it is scheduled. Sap rises on a calendar no frost can veto, and the same branch that looked finished breaks into blossom overnight. Your life keeps this same covenant with me. What has gone quiet in you has not been canceled. It has been dated, and when its hour strikes, no delay of the past will be strong enough to hold it back a single day longer. And through all of it, keep this truth near. You are not being pushed through your life by chance. You are being led through it on purpose. A push comes from behind and does not care where you land. A leading walks ahead of you and prepares where you will stand. I go before you. I level the uneven places. I break through gates of bronze when they bar your road. Follow, and you will find every place I promised already holds your name. Feel what is happening inside you as these words settle. A calm is taking root, a calm that does not depend on your circumstances behaving themselves. It comes from knowing you are aligned, knowing you are aware, knowing you are heard. This calm was not there in the same way before. It has been building through every moment you chose to stay and listen. It will become your foundation, the ground you return to whenever the days turn uncertain. When you stand on that ground, you are not easily shaken. You're not the same as you were when my voice first reached you today. Something has shifted, and it cannot be quietly undone. You are seeing more clearly. You are weighing things more carefully. You are answering life more intentionally. This is growth, even though it made no sound. The deepest changes rarely announce themselves. They simply begin, and everything after them is different. Handle your moments of uncertainty in this new way from now on. You used to flee them, rushing into any decision that promised relief from the discomfort of not knowing. Now you know better. Uncertainty is not an enemy to outrun. It is a room to stand still in until I turn on the light. When you pause inside it instead of bolting, you see what the hurried never see. Trust the pause. It has become one of the safest places you own. You're learning that not everything deserves your response. Some things are meant to pass by like weather, requiring nothing from you but patience. Others are assignments that will wait for their proper hour. This discernment is settling into you, teaching you where your strength belongs and where it would only be spilled. When you stop answering everything, you finally have enough left to answer what matters. That is not indifference. That is aim. Alertness will matter in the days just ahead, so keep your lamp trimmed. The trouble I warned you about at the beginning has not changed its plans, but you have changed your readiness, and readiness is what decides the outcome. What would have found you distracted will now find you standing. What would have entered unnoticed will now be seen at the gate. This is what these moments together have built. Not fear, preparedness. And preparedness wearing peace is the strongest posture a soul can hold. Carry the ones you love into this same covering. Speak my name over them in the quiet. Ask my hedge around their comings and goings. You cannot stand beside them in every moment, but I can, and I do not sleep. Job rose early and prayed over his household continually, and heaven marked it. Your prayers for your loved ones are not scattering into empty air. They are standing orders in my kingdom, and they outlast the day you prayed them. Let that assurance rest over your household tonight, and let it hold there long after this hour has passed. Hold fast to what has been placed in you today. The warning that turned you, the pause that guards you, the discernment that filters what reaches your heart, the boundaries that keep your garden whole, the quiet that lets you hear me. These are not scattered lessons. They are one armor, fitted to you piece by piece in this single hour. Wear all of it. The soldier who leaves one strap loose invites the arrow to the gap. And when the tested moment comes, and it will come, remember how this felt. Remember the steadiness in you right now. You will not need to summon courage from nowhere, because courage is simply the memory of my faithfulness applied to the present hour. Look back at every road I have already brought you through. Not one promise I made has fallen to the ground. The record is your armor too. Walk forward then, but walk awake. Move through your days with your ear tuned to the low whisper underneath the noise. Question the urgent. Honor the quiet signal. Keep short accounts with me, speaking often, hiding nothing. A soul in constant conversation with heaven is nearly impossible to ambush. That is the life I am inviting you into. Not a single rescued moment, but a guarded and guided way of living. Do not fear the future you cannot see. I am already present in it. The way light is already at the end of a tunnel while you are still inside the dark of it. Every day you are walking toward provisions I have stationed, people I have appointed, and places prepared before you asked. The road between here and there holds nothing that you and I together cannot pass, and you will never again walk any part of it without me. Let your heart be still now. The urgency that opened this word has done its work. You stayed, you listened, you received. The danger that required this warning now requires your obedience, nothing more. Take the pause, test the door, guard the gate. Release what I named, trust what I promised. Do these, and you will look back on this day as the day the direction of things quietly changed. I am with you when the morning comes, and the day demands more than you think you have. I am with you at midday when the noise is loudest and the choices crowd in. I am with you at night when the questions circle and the house goes quiet. There's no hour of yours that I am absent from, no step of yours that I have not gone ahead of. This is not a promise for the strong. It is a promise for the willing. And you, by staying to the end of this word, have shown me your willingness. So go now into what remains of this day, covered and not exposed, led and not driven, awake and not wandering. My peace I leave with you, not as the world gives, thin and temporary, but as I give, deep and abiding and stronger than whatever tried to reach you this season. You were warned because you are loved. You are loved because you are mine. And what is mine, I keep. Say, yes, Lord, I am ready to walk forward if you receive this word into your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Congratulations, my child. I am speaking to you with urgency, because what is about to unfold in your life cannot be delayed and cannot be ignored. Before this day ends, look at what you have, and do not be shocked by what you find, because a shift has already begun. And hear this also. Tonight I want to heal your body. Give me these few minutes, because your body has been crying in silence, and I have seen every hidden pain you tried to push down. You did not arrive at this moment by accident. I brought you here, because provision and healing are moving toward you at the same time. Listen closely, because I do not speak this way over every season. Some seasons are for planting and some are for waiting, but this one is for receiving. I have been working behind what you can see, and the work is nearly ready to show itself. What looked like a delay was never a denial. I was arranging things you could not reach and moving what you could not move. Now the arrangement is complete enough for you to begin to feel it. Your situation is not what it appears to be right now. The picture in front of you is temporary, and I have already begun to change the reality behind it. The numbers you count and recount at night do not define what I have planned for you. The ache you have learned to live with does not define it either. I measure your life by what I have prepared, not by what you have endured. And what I have prepared is larger than what you have dared to ask for. I have seen every moment you struggled. I heard the prayers you whispered when no one else was near, and the ones you could not put into words at all. I saw you hold on when letting go would have been easier. None of it escaped me. This moment is not only about increase, and it is not only about relief in your body. It is confirmation that I have been with you all along. You have walked through a season where everything felt stuck. Progress was slow. Answers did not come when you expected them, and some did not seem to come at all. But underneath that stillness, I was building something stable, something that would not vanish as quickly as it came. I do not build in a hurry, because I do not build things that fall. And while you were worrying about what you lacked, I was also watching what the worry was doing to you. Stress settled into your muscles. Fear moved into your thoughts. Exhaustion took up residence in your body like an unwelcome guest that never left. You adjusted your whole life around that heaviness, and you called it normal. My precious one, it was never meant to be normal, and tonight I begin to remove it. So I ask you to stay. Do not let your attention wander from this moment, because what I am doing requires your openness, not your effort. You have spent years trying to fix everything with your own hands, and your hands are tired. Let them rest. I am not asking you to strive. I am asking you to receive. There is a reason I say do not be shocked. Shock is the language of disbelief, and disbelief closes what trust holds open. When you see the first signs of change, I do not want fear rising in your chest, whispering that it is too small, too late, or too fragile to last. I want you to breathe and know that I placed it there. Even if it looks small at first, it carries the beginning of something far greater. I have opened doors you have not yet walked through. I have placed people along your path whom you have not yet met. I have spoken your name in rooms you have never entered, and favor is rising for you in places you cannot see from where you stand. To you, it will feel sudden. To me, it has been planned, prepared, and timed down to the hour. You were not chosen for this because you are perfect. You were chosen because you did not quit. When your faith was thin as thread, you still held the thread. When your body ached and your provision ran low in the same week, you still lifted your eyes. That endurance moved my heart, and it moves my hand now. Do not dismiss what is coming as coincidence or luck. I move in practical ways, not only in ways you call spiritual. I work through timing, through people, through open doors, and through strength returning to weary bones. This is how I teach you to trust me, step by step, sign by sign, until the question of whether I am with you goes quiet forever. I am with you. I have always been with you. Tonight, both works begin together. The provision that was delayed is being released, and the body that was depleted is being restored. These are not two separate mercies. They are one act of one Father who sees the whole of you, not just the part that prays loudest. I do not heal your circumstances and leave your body broken. I do not strengthen your body and leave your table bare. So let your shoulders come down from where they have been living. Let your breath grow deeper. Something in you already senses that this word is true, and that sense is not your imagination. It is your spirit recognizing the voice that made it. You have heard many voices promise you much. Mine is the only one that has never needed to raise itself to keep a promise. Stay with me now through every word that follows, because each one carries something I want to set in place inside you. Do not rush. Do not reach ahead. Simply listen, and let what I speak go down into the places where you need it most. The shift has begun, the healing has begun, and neither one will be taken back. Declare your Amen if you believe this word has reached you at the appointed time. Now let me show you how I have been providing for you, because you have misunderstood the silence. You thought silence meant absence. You thought the slow seasons meant I had moved on to someone else's prayers. But a farmer does not shout at his field to make it grow. He plants, he waters, and he trusts what is happening beneath the soil. I have been working beneath your soil. While you were counting what was missing, I was counting what was coming. While you lay awake arranging numbers in your mind, trying to stretch what you had across what you owed, I was arranging outcomes you could not calculate. I heard the quiet thought that said, maybe nothing will ever change. I did not answer it with words. I answered it with work. Provision from my hand rarely arrives the way you expect. You look for the sudden flood, but I more often send the steady stream. A flood tears up the ground and leaves as fast as it came. A stream cuts a path through rock and feeds the land for generations. I am giving you a stream because I intend for this to last. You have seen seasons where increase came and vanished quickly, where gains slipped through your fingers, where nothing seemed to stay. That cycle ends now. This time I am not only giving you something, I am teaching you how to hold it, how to grow it, and how to walk without the fear of losing it. The provision and the wisdom arrive together because one without the other would fail you. So when the change begins to show, receive it with quiet trust. Do not interrogate it. Do not stand over it waiting for it to disappear, the way you have stood over every good thing that ever entered your life. That posture was formed by disappointment, and I understand how it was formed. But you are not living in those years anymore. You are living in this one. What you will see first is only the visible edge of an invisible movement. There are things still aligning, still traveling toward you, still being prepared. I am working through people you have not met, through opportunities you have not recognized, and through doors that have not yet opened. The increase does not stop where it begins. It begins where you can see it, and it continues where you cannot. I also want you to understand what increase truly is, because the world has taught you to measure it poorly. Increase is not only what comes in, it is also what stops leaking out. The losses that repeated themselves, the setbacks that arrived just when you got ahead, the pattern of 1 step forward and 2 steps back. I am closing those places. What enters your life now will stay, take root, and multiply. There is a covering over what I give you. I do not hand you provision and then abandon it to chance. I guard what I plant. This does not mean no challenge will ever come near you, but it means what I am building will not collapse under pressure. The house I build for you is set on rock, and the storms that broke you before will only prove its foundation now. Do not compare your portion with anyone else's. Your path is your own, and the way I work in your life is fitted to you alone. What matters is not how fast it looks beside someone else's harvest. What matters is that it is real, it is steady, and it is aligned with what I planned for you before you knew to want it. Comparison will only steal the peace I am handing you. And do not announce everything you see me do. Some things grow best in quiet, away from attention and interference. There is strength in keeping holy things between you and me for a while. The seed does not call the whole field to gather around while it takes root. Let the fruit speak later. For now, guard the quiet. You will begin to notice new thoughts arriving, ideas about what you could build, paths you had not considered, ways to use what is in your hand. Do not brush them aside. Not every idea in your mind is your own. Some are mine, placed there deliberately, because provision does not only come as something given, it also comes as something created through the wisdom I put inside you. This is how it was with my servants of old. I did not only rain bread from heaven, I showed a widow that the little oil she had left could fill every vessel she could borrow. I took a boy's small loaves and fed a multitude on a hillside. I have never needed much to make much. I only need what is in your hand and your willingness to trust me with it. So loosen your grip on the fear of not having enough. That fear has managed your decisions for too long. It told you what you could not do, could not try, could not hope for. It sat at your table like a false counselor, and you fed it every day with worry. Starve it now. Its word over your life has expired. I am also adjusting your timing. You have felt out of step for years, as if everything arrived too late or left too early. That was the old season. In this one, you will notice things landing when you need them. Not before, not after. A door will open the very week you are ready to walk through it. Help will arrive the very hour your strength runs low. This precision is my signature. Remember this when the first sign appears, whether it is small or great. Do not say, "It is not enough." Say instead, "It has begun." The first drop of rain is not the storm, but it proves the clouds are full. What I have released toward you is already in motion, and nothing in motion from my hand can be turned aside. Say, "I trust you, Lord," out loud if you believe your provision is already on its way. Now turn your attention to your body, because I am turning mine toward it. I made this body. I know every joint, every nerve, every hidden place where pain has set up camp. You have described your tiredness to no one, but you did not need to describe it to me. I see the nights your mind would not rest, and the mornings your body felt heavy for no reason you could name. Tonight I begin to restore what has been breaking down in silence. You have carried things that were never meant to stay in you this long. Stress settled into your muscles and stiffened them. Fear crept into your thoughts and tightened your chest. Exhaustion drained your strength until even small tasks felt like hills. I do not blame you for any of it. Life laid heavy loads on you and you carried them because you thought you had no choice. Now I am lifting what does not belong to you. I do not need hours to begin this. I need your openness. When you stop bracing, my presence moves freely through you, reaching every weak place and beginning to make it strong again. So stop bracing. You are not on trial here. You are on the receiving end of a father's care, and nothing is required of you except to let me work. There is a warmth beginning to move through you, quiet and unhurried. Do not dismiss it. I rarely announce my work with noise. When I healed in the streets of Galilee, some were restored with a word, some with a touch, and one woman simply reached for the hem of a garment, and power went out to meet her faith. Reach for me like that now in the stillness, and my power will meet you where you ache. Understand how I heal so that you do not doubt the pace. I do not patch surfaces. I go to the root. Some of what troubles your body began in your mind, in years of worry that your frame was forced to carry. Some began in seasons of grief you never fully set down. I'm addressing the causes, not just the symptoms, and that is exactly why this healing will hold. My child, I'm asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now, stay with me, because the work in your body continues even as you consider what I have asked. Layer by layer, I am releasing the tension your frame has stored for years. Your shoulders have been carrying weight that was never assigned to them. Your jaw has been clenched around words you never let yourself say. Your breath has been shallow, as if you were always ready for the next blow. Tonight, breathe deeper. The next blow is not coming. I am here. Your body has memory. It remembers every season you pushed through when you should have rested, every warning it gave you that you overruled. It learned to live on guard. But what your body learned, my presence can teach it to unlearn. I am speaking peace to your nervous system the way I once spoke peace to a storm on the sea. The wind and the waves obeyed that voice. Your body will obey it too. Feel how your breathing is already changing. It is slowing, deepening, finding the rhythm I designed for it. This is not something you are forcing. It is something you are finally allowing. When the body is calm, it repairs. When it is at rest, it rebuilds. I built that mercy into your very flesh, and tonight I am switching it back on. I am restoring your energy, because I know how tired you have been. There were days when you looked strong to everyone around you, while inside you were running on almost nothing. I saw the performance, and I saw the cost of it. That constant emptiness is not your identity, and it will not be your future. Strength is returning to you, not in one overwhelming wave, but steadily, the way light grows at dawn. I am also quieting your mind, because healing does not happen in the body alone. Thoughts of dread have been circling you like birds that would not land or leave. I am clearing them now. You do not need to keep replaying what hurt you, and you do not need to rehearse disasters that have not happened. I am giving you a stillness your thoughts can rest inside, and I am removing the fear you have carried about your own health. You have wondered, in your most private moments, whether something was deeply wrong, whether your body was failing you slowly. That dread has added weight to every symptom. I am lifting it off you. You are safe with me, and you are being cared for in ways that go far beyond what any eye can see. Nothing about you is beyond repair. Hear that again. Nothing about you is beyond repair. I have restored withered hands, opened blind eyes, and called a man out of his own tomb after 4 days. Your weariness does not intimidate me. Your pain does not confuse me. What I begin, I always finish, and tonight I have begun. So do not rush away from this moment. Every minute you remain open, the work goes deeper. You are not wasting time by being still. Stillness is the very room where I am operating. Others may not understand why this hour matters so much. You do not need them to understand. You only need to stay and let me finish what your body has been begging for. Now I must deal with something that stands between you and everything I am releasing. It is not an enemy outside you. It is the quiet expectation of loss that lives inside you. You have learned to brace for the fall even in your best moments. When your body feels better, part of you waits for the relapse. When provision arrives, part of you waits for it to vanish. My child, that bracing must go, because you cannot hold a blessing and flinch from it at the same time. I know where that expectation came from. Good things did leave. Relief did fade. You have real memories of hope that ended in disappointment, and those memories built a wall around your heart with a sign that reads, "Do not trust this." I am not asking you to pretend those years never happened. I am telling you that those years are not a prophecy. They are a chapter, and the chapter has closed. Hear the difference between the old cycle and what I am doing now. The old cycle was you, straining alone, patching leaks with your own two hands. This is me, building. When you built alone, the results rose and fell with your strength. What I build does not depend on your strength, and that is exactly why it will not fall when you have a weak day. You are allowed to have weak days inside my strong plan. So when your body has an ordinary ache next week, do not let fear announce that the healing has failed. Healing is not the absence of every sensation. It is a direction, and your direction has changed. A tree planted by water still loses a leaf in the wind. It is still planted by water. Judge your life by where it is planted now, not by every leaf that moves. And when a bill arrives or an expense surprises you, do not let panic announce that the provision was an illusion. The sea does not stop being the sea between waves. My supply toward you is not a single event that can be spent and finished. It is a current, and currents keep coming. One difficult moment cannot cancel what I have set in motion. There is something else I am correcting in you. Somewhere along the way, you came to believe that struggle is your permanent address, that peace only visits but pressure lives with you. That belief has shaped how you breathe, how you sleep, how you plan, even how you pray. I am pulling it out at the root. Stability is not a stranger passing through your life. From this night, it is a resident. Notice what is already changing in your thoughts. The constant noise of worry is losing its volume. There are moments of quiet in your mind that you did not manufacture. Do not rush past them. They are evidence. Peace always arrives ahead of increase, the way morning light arrives ahead of the sun itself. What you are feeling is the light before the fullness. Your body and your circumstances have been trapped in the same conversation for years. The body worried about the money, and the money worries wore down the body. Fear moved between them like a courier, carrying bad news back and forth. Tonight I am dismissing the courier. When peace governs your mind, your body softens. When your body rests, your judgment clears. When your judgment clears, your decisions prosper. Notice how one healing strengthens the other. Sleep is going to change for you. The hours that used to be filled with calculations and rehearsed conversations will grow quiet. You will lie down and actually rest, not just pause between worries. I give to my beloved even in their sleep, and much of what I do in you now will be done in the dark hours, gently, without your supervision. You do not have to guard the night shift anymore. I have taken it. There will still be moments when the old thoughts knock. They will sound familiar, even reasonable. This will not last. Something will go wrong. Do not get comfortable. When they come, you do not need to argue with them for hours. Answer them once, the way I am teaching you now. That voice described my past, and my Father is describing my future. Then let the matter rest. You are not the same ground those thoughts used to grow in. I am also healing the way you receive. For years, receiving made you uneasy. Help felt like debt. Rest felt like laziness. Kindness felt like something you would have to repay before you could enjoy it. That uneasiness came from seasons when you could count on no one, and I am dissolving it. Open hands are not naive hands. Open hands are the only hands that can be filled. Let go, too, of the guilt you have attached to your own needs. You have treated your body's requests for rest as weakness, and your soul's need for relief as selfishness. That is not humility. That is a burden I never placed on you. The same care you have poured out on others, I now command you to allow into your own life. You are also one of the ones I love. Understand what this release will feel like, so you recognize it. It will feel lighter, and at first the lightness may seem strange, even wrong, like silence after years of noise. Do not reach back for the weight because the weight was familiar. Familiar is not the same as good. Give your soul a little time to learn the new climate. What feels unfamiliar this month will feel like home by the next season. I am patient with this process, and I ask you to be patient with yourself. A wall built over decades does not fall in a day, but it is falling. Every hour you choose trust over bracing, another stone comes down. And on the day the last stone falls, you will stand in full view of the life I prepared, and you will wonder why you ever guarded yourself against your own inheritance. You are not fragile, my child. You are in my hand, and my hand does not tremble. The fear of losing what I give was never part of the gift. Drop it here tonight, and walk forward carrying only what I actually gave you: provision, healing, and peace. Now I want to speak about what I am building inside you, because the outer blessing rests on the inner foundation. If I poured increase into an anxious heart, the anxiety would poison it. If I poured strength into an undisciplined life, the strength would scatter. So I am renewing you from within, and this inner work is not a lesser miracle. It is the one that makes all the others last. Your mind is being renewed first. The way you think about provision, about your body, and about your own worth is shifting even now. You are no longer meant to see yourself as someone always catching up, always behind, always one problem away from collapse. That identity was formed under pressure, and the pressure is lifting. I am giving you the mind of someone who is led, not chased. Pay attention to your thoughts in the coming days, and you will notice the difference. Where there used to be a swarm, there will be order. Where you used to spiral, you will simply consider, decide, and move. This clarity is not a technique you learned. It is a gift I am placing in you, because the season ahead requires clear eyes, and I do not send my children into new seasons unequipped. With the clarity comes wisdom, and I ask you to treat wisdom as part of your inheritance, not an accessory to it. Solomon asked me for an understanding heart above riches, and I gave him both, because the first knows how to keep the second. I am doing the same in you. The ideas arriving in your mind, the caution you feel about certain choices, the pull you feel toward others, these are not moods. They are guidance. So move when I nudge you, even if the step looks small. Great doors often hang on small hinges. A single conversation, a skill picked up in an ordinary month, a habit begun quietly at dawn. These are the hinges I love to use. Do not despise the day of small things. I was watching when the temple's first stone was laid, and I rejoiced over it before a single wall stood. I'm also teaching you discipline, but hear what I mean by that word. Not punishment, not a heavier yoke. Discipline is simply love with a direction. It is knowing what belongs to your path and what does not, and having the settled strength to choose accordingly. In the past, you often decided out of urgency because fear demanded an answer immediately. Fear is no longer your counselor. You can take a breath, ask me, and choose well. Your appetite for certain things will change on its own, and do not be alarmed by it. Things that once entertained you will begin to feel empty, and things that once bored you will begin to feel rich. Quiet will become appealing. Depth will become appealing. This is not you becoming dull. This is you becoming rooted, and rooted things live long. Guard your attention, because attention is the soil where everything grows. Whatever you feed your mind each day is planting something. For years, without meaning to, you planted alarm and comparison, and you harvested restlessness. Now plant my words, plant gratitude, plant honest work, and notice what a different harvest rises from the same field. The field was never the problem, the seed was. Do not measure this new life against anyone else's. When Peter looked at John and asked, "What about him?" I answered, "What is that to you? Follow me." I say the same to you with all tenderness. Your assignment fits you the way a key fits one lock. Envy would have you trading your key for one that opens nothing of yours. There is a humility I am weaving into you alongside the strength, and the two are not opposites. The oak is strong because it bends and because its roots go deep, not because it boasts against the wind. As your provision grows and your health returns, remain low in your own eyes and high in gratitude. That posture keeps blessing safe. Pride spends an inheritance. Humility multiplies one. You will also find yourself caring differently for those around you. As your own fear quiets, you will have room to truly hear people again. Those you love will feel the change before you explain it. Some of what I am giving you is meant to flow through you to them, not as pressure, but as overflow. A full well does not strain to water the garden around it. Be careful, though, with whom you share the details of this season. Not everyone can celebrate what they have not yet received. Some words are bread for you and stumbling stones for others. Joseph told his dreams too freely and spent years paying for the telling. Let your life speak slowly. Those who are meant to understand will understand at the right time. I am adjusting your pace as well. You have lived at the speed of emergency for so long that slowness feels like failure to you. It is not. I move through history at the pace of seed and season, and nothing I have ever purposed has arrived late. Walk with me at that pace. Hurry was the thief of your peace, and you will find that almost nothing in your new life actually requires it. And in the middle of all this growth, keep returning to the simplest thing: time with me. Not performance, not long words. Just the door closed, the heart open, and a few honest minutes. That secret place is where every strength you will ever need is stored. The men and women who moved mountains in my name were not the loudest ones. They were the ones who knew the way to that room. This is who you are becoming: clear-minded, steady, wise, unhurried, generous, and quietly strong. Not perfect and not required to be, but changed, truly changed, from the inside outward. The person you are surviving as is not the person you will be living as. I say it, and I do not take words back. Whisper, "I receive it," if your heart is open to becoming everything I just described. Let me tell you now what the deepening of this restoration will look like, so that you can recognize my hand as it moves. In your body, the change will come the way spring comes, not with one loud day, but with 100 small mercies. One morning you will rise and realize you are not dreading the day. One evening you will notice the ache you always carried has grown quiet. Add these mercies together and you will find a different life. Your strength will return in layers. First, the rest will deepen, because rest is the ground floor of every recovery. Then your energy will steady, no longer spiking and crashing, but flowing evenly through your days. Then your confidence in your own body will come back, and you will move without that flinch of caution that pain taught you. Each layer supports the next. I build the way a wise builder does, from the foundation upward. Do not be troubled that some of this work stays hidden for a time. The most important part of any tree is the part no one applauds, the roots working in the dark. Right now, roots are going down into your health, your provision, and your peace. When the visible growth comes, and it will not topple in the first storm, because the unseen work was done first and done well. In your provision, the deepening will look like consistency. Not one dramatic windfall that makes a story, but a steadiness that makes a life. Bills that once loomed will shrink to their true size. Choices that once felt impossible will simply be decisions. You will plan a month ahead, then a year ahead, and one day you will catch yourself planning a legacy. That is the ladder I am setting your feet on. You are moving from survival to stewardship, and I want you to understand the difference. Survival asks, how do I get through this week? Stewardship asks, what is this in my hand for? Everything I place with you, strength, means, insight, time, has an assignment attached to it. The faithful servant in my story was not praised for burying what he was given, but for putting it to work. I am handing you more because I trust you to work it. With increase comes weight, and I am strengthening your shoulders for it. But hear me carefully. Weight is not worry. The weight I give is the good weight of purpose, like a full harvest in the arms of the one who planted it. Worry is the counterfeit, and you have carried enough counterfeit weight for a lifetime. From now on, when something feels heavy, ask me whose weight it is. If it is mine, I will carry it with you. If it is not, set it down. Your surroundings will begin to reorder themselves around what I am doing. Certain rooms, certain habits, certain conversations will quietly lose their place in your life, and you will not need to force the pruning. A vine dresser prunes so the branch can bear more fruit, and I prune gently but thoroughly. When something falls away in this season, do not chase it. It made room for what I am bringing. Some people will notice the change in you before you say a word. Your face will carry less strain. Your answers will carry more peace. A few will be drawn to it and ask what has happened, and you will find simple, honest words for them. Others may resent a calm they do not understand. Bless them and keep walking. You are not responsible for how everyone receives your healing. You are responsible for not abandoning it. There is a protection over this whole work that I want you to rest in. What I restore, I also guard. Your health is under my watch. Your provision is under my watch. The plans I have written for you cannot be stolen by circumstance or delayed by the opinions of others. No word spoken against this season of yours will prosper, because I did not consult anyone when I decreed it, and I will not consult anyone to cancel it. That does not mean every day ahead will be soft. You will still live in a world with friction, and I will not lie to you about that. But there is a difference between weather and climate. Hard days are weather. My faithfulness is the climate now, and weather cannot change a climate. You will get rained on some afternoons and still live in a fruitful land. Hold on to that distinction when a difficult afternoon tries to preach to you. Feelings will report the weather. Faith will remember the climate. Let both speak, but let only one decide. The one who decides your outlook decides your direction, and I am teaching you to hand that seat to faith every single morning. I am also restoring years, not just moments. You have grieved time, the seasons that sickness, worry, and lack seemed to swallow. You have looked back and ached over what those years might have been. Hear my promise. I repay what the swallowing seasons took, not by turning time backward, but by making the years ahead so fruitful that the lean years lose their power over your story. The best chapters were never behind you. As your body strengthens and your table fills, keep your eyes on the giver and not only the gifts. This is not a warning spoken in suspicion. It is the counsel of a father who has watched blessing become a snare for those who forgot its source. You will not be one of them. Gratitude will keep the channel clear, and the channel will keep flowing. Thank me in the small moments, and you will never lose your way in the large ones. And remember that this restoration has a horizon beyond your own comfort. I heal you so you can live, and I prosper you so you can build. And some of what you build will shelter people you have not met yet. Your endurance already carries authority. When you tell someone weary, it can change. Your words will land differently than a stranger's, because you will speak as one who stood in the ashes and watched me bring a garden out of them. So receive the deepening without suspicion and without hurry. Roots first, then branches, then fruit, then seed for others. That is my order, and it has never failed. You are inside that order now, held, guarded, and growing, and nothing about your progress depends on your perfection. It depends on my faithfulness, and my faithfulness has never once run dry. Now come close, because I am going to send you forward, and I want you to leave this moment carrying exactly what I have placed in your hands. No more and no less. You arrived weary, watching your provision with worry and carrying pain your body had learned to hide. You are leaving as someone appointed to be healed, appointed to be supplied, appointed to walk through the doors I have already unlocked. When you next look at what you have, whether it is more than you expected or not yet what you hoped, read it correctly. It is not your verdict. It is a page in the middle of a story I am still writing. Verdicts are final, and nothing about your supply is final, except my promise over it. So look without fear, give thanks for what is there, and stand firm on what is coming. When your body speaks to you in the days ahead, listen with new ears. If it asks for rest, give rest without guilt. If it grows stronger, receive the strength without suspicion. And when you notice the quiet places where pain used to live, pause and thank me there, in the moment. Gratitude spoken at the sight of a healing seals the healing into memory, and memory is where faith goes to feed. Keep the rhythm I have taught you tonight. Peace first, then thought, then action. The world will keep insisting that panic is responsible and hurry is wise. You know better now. The one who trusts does not need to run, and the one who is led does not need to guess. Walk, do not sprint, and you will pass many runners resting by the road. Return often to the quiet room where you and I meet, not because I demand ceremony, but because you were built to be renewed there, the way a lamp must return to the oil. A few honest minutes with me each day will hold you steadier than 1,000 plans made in fear. When you do not have words, sit with me anyway. Presence is the older language, and I have always spoken it with my children. Speak carefully over your own life, because your voice is the instrument I gave you for agreement. Do not use it to rehearse ruin. When you talk about your body, speak of it as something being restored, because it is. When you talk about your provision, speak of it as something growing, because it is. Death and life sit in the power of the tongue. Choose life so often that it becomes your accent. Be generous as you rise, not out of pressure and never to earn what I have already freely given, but because generosity keeps your heart the right shape. A closed hand cramps around what it holds. An open hand is always ready for more, both to receive and to release. You will find, as all my faithful ones find, that giving and thriving are not rivals. They are companions. Extend patience to those who knew you in the hard years and still speak to you as if you live there. People are often the last to update their picture of someone I have changed. Do not argue your transformation. Live it. In time, the evidence will speak with a volume no argument could reach, and some who doubted will quietly come to you asking how. If a hard day comes, and some will, do not treat it as the end of this word. Take that day back to this night. Remember what you heard. Remember what you felt loosen in your body. Remember the peace that settled where panic used to sit. A word from me does not expire because a Tuesday was difficult. Anchor to it, and let the day pass through you like weather through a well-built house. And when the blessings arrive, and they will arrive, stay tender. Prosperity can harden a heart faster than hardship if gratitude is not standing guard. Stay easily moved by kindness. Stay quick to notice small good things. The tenderness you kept through your worst seasons is treasure in my eyes. Bring it with you into your best ones. Hear now my word over your body, spoken plainly. Strength is returning to you. Rest is being restored to you. What was tense is loosening. What was drained is filling. And what was afraid is settling into peace. Your frame is mine. I formed it with intention. And I am renewing it with the same intention. You will feel the difference and you will know who did it. Hear my word over your provision. The stream has been opened and it will not be dammed. Doors are unlocked ahead of you. Help is timed to your need. And wisdom is planted in you to keep and grow every good thing that comes. You will lend and not borrow. You will plant and also harvest. And your house will move from asking to answering, from lacking to lending, from surviving to building. And hear my word over you. You are not forgotten, not overlooked, and not too late. You are mine. I called you by name before this message found you, and I will still be calling you by name long after this night has folded into memory. Nothing you feared has the final word. I have the final word, and my word over you is life, healing, provision, and peace. Go now into your days with your head lifted. Sleep tonight without standing guard. Rise tomorrow without dread. Look at what you have without trembling, and look at what is coming with expectation. The shift has begun. The healing is in motion, and my hand is on both. I do not begin and abandon. I begin and I complete, and I have begun in you. My beloved, this hour was appointed for you before you knew to ask for it. Carry it gently, guard it in your heart, and whenever doubt whispers, return to what you know. You heard your Father, and your Father does not lie. Say amen, I am ready if you receive everything I have spoken over your life tonight.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, hear me now, because I will not soften what must be said. Something is coming tonight, and it will shake a part of your life you thought was settled. This is not a passing word. This is urgent, and it is meant for you alone. I have called to you again and again. You felt it in the quiet moments that pull inside your chest, and you pushed it away. You told yourself it was nothing. You filled the silence with noise so you would not have to answer me. But I do not stop speaking simply because you stopped listening. Understand why my voice carries this weight tonight. It is not anger. I am not speaking against you. I am speaking for you. Time is tightening around a matter in your life, and I refuse to let you walk into it blind. What unfolds in the coming hours will either become a blessing or a burden, and the difference lies in how you receive what I am telling you now. You have felt a strange heaviness lately. You could not name it, but it followed you through your days and pressed on you at night. Hear me. That heaviness is not fear. It is awareness. It is my hand preparing your heart for what you could not yet see. I see what forms behind the walls of your life, and I am calling you before it arrives. There are movements around you that you have not noticed, decisions being made where you cannot hear them, intentions taking shape in hearts you cannot fully see into. I know every one of them. Nothing that happens tonight will happen outside my sight, and nothing will catch me by surprise, even if it catches you. So slow down. Set aside what occupied you and listen with your whole heart. This is not a small warning tucked into an ordinary hour. What is coming carries weight, and it will bring hidden things into the light. Some of what is revealed will bring you relief. Some of it will sit uncomfortably in your spirit. All of it is necessary. I am not trying to frighten you. I am trying to wake you. There is a difference between fear and awakening, and you must learn it tonight. Fear scatters you. Awakening gathers you. Fear makes you run from the truth. Awakening lets you stand inside it without breaking. You have been asking for change. Perhaps you never said it aloud, but I heard it all the same. It lived in the way you sighed when no one was near. It lived in the restlessness you could not explain, the sense that your life had drifted from its course. You wanted something to move. You wanted something to finally break open in your favor. Tonight is connected to that desire, but it will not arrive the way you imagined. You pictured change coming gently, like a door swinging open. Sometimes it comes like a stone dropped into still water. Sometimes the path to your breakthrough begins with something that shakes your comfort and forces your eyes open. Do not despise the shaking. It is the beginning of the answer. I have watched you carry burdens in silence. You smiled where it was expected. You said you were fine when you were not. You held yourself together in front of others and came apart quietly when the day was done. I saw all of it. Not one hidden hour escaped me. I know the thoughts that circle you late at night, the questions about direction, the wondering whether your effort matters, the fatigue that sits deeper than sleep can reach. I am not distant from any of this. I have been closer to you in those hours than you dared to believe. That is why I am speaking with such force now. I refuse to let you meet what is coming without understanding what it means. A shepherd does not whisper when the flock drifts toward a cliff in the dark. He raises his voice. My voice is raised tonight because you are precious to me, not because you have failed me. There is a situation near you that has not been fully revealed. It may involve a person. It may involve a decision. It may involve a truth that has been kept from you, deliberately or not. Tonight, something about it comes into the light, and once you see it, you will not be able to unsee it. You may feel surprised. You may feel shocked. Let the feeling pass through you without ruling you. Remember what I am telling you in this hour. Nothing revealed tonight is outside my knowledge. I permitted it to surface now, because now is when you are strong enough to face it. Do not react out of fear when things begin to unfold. Stay calm. Stay rooted. Fear will urge you to act quickly, to speak sharply, to decide in haste. Wisdom will tell you to be still and let the truth finish arriving. Choose stillness. I am with you in it. What feels shocking is not sent to harm you. It is sent to redirect you. It is a turning of the road, not a collapse of the road. If this truth had stayed buried longer, it would have cost you far more than the discomfort of seeing it now. I am sparing you a deeper wound by allowing a smaller one. You have ignored your inner knowing before. You felt the quiet resistance in your spirit, and talked yourself out of it. You let others explain away what you sensed. That is why I speak louder now. Tonight, when that knowing rises in you, trust it. I placed it in you for this very hour. Hold this close as the evening deepens. There is a blessing folded inside this moment, even if it does not look like one at first. What shocks you can also free you. What disrupts you can open a door you could never have found on your own. You are being positioned, not punished. Declare your amen out loud if you believe my word is reaching you tonight. Now let me tell you how it will begin. The first sign will seem small, almost easy to miss if you are not paying attention. A conversation that feels slightly off, a word that arrives unexpectedly, a feeling that rises stronger than it should. These are not accidents. They are signals, and I am guiding your attention toward them. Pay attention tonight, not with anxious watching, but with a settled alertness. Notice what is said around you. Notice what is not said. Notice your own reactions, because even they will teach you something. Everything that happens in these hours carries meaning, and each piece is pointing you toward a new direction. There is someone connected to your life whose intentions have not been clear. You may have trusted them fully, or you may have felt a quiet unease and chosen to set it aside because looking closer felt too costly. Tonight, something about that connection comes into focus, and when it does, you will see them as they are, not as you hoped they were. Do not be afraid of this. Clarity about a person is not cruelty, it is protection. I am not showing you this to break your heart. I am showing you so that your trust can finally rest where it is deserved and be withdrawn from where it is not. I know that part of you resists this. You have grown comfortable with certain people and certain arrangements, even the ones that quietly drained you. Comfort can be a kind master and a worse jailer. It keeps you in rooms you were meant to leave. What feels shocking tonight is the sound of a lock opening, not a door slamming. I am removing what does not belong in your future. Hear that plainly. Not everything near you is meant to travel with you. Some things were given for a season to teach you, to sharpen you, to reveal you to yourself. When their purpose is finished, I let them fall away. Do not stitch back together what I am unfastening. And there is something else stirring, not around you, but within you. You have held back your voice for a long time. You swallowed your truth to keep the peace. You made yourself smaller so others would stay comfortable. Tonight will stir the part of you that refuses to stay silent any longer. That inner shift matters as much as anything happening outside you. A hidden truth revealed in the world means little if the truth inside you stays buried. Both are rising tonight. Let them rise together. When things begin to unfold, expect your emotions to arrive all at once. Confusion and relief. Fear and a strange, unexplainable peace. This mixture is not a sign that something is wrong with you. It is what truth feels like when it first lands. Truth shakes the ground before it steadies it. Do not run from these feelings. Do not pour them into distraction or bury them under busyness. Let them move through you like weather. They are guiding you toward a deeper understanding of your path, and they will settle sooner than you think. Remember this as the night continues. You are not being punished. You are not being abandoned. I know how quickly your mind reaches for those explanations when life shakes. Put them down. What is happening is a process, and the process is drawing you closer to where you are meant to stand. Even the parts that feel uncomfortable are working for your good. I do not waste discomfort. I do not spend your pain cheaply. If I allow a night like this, it is because what it produces in you outweighs what it costs. You. There is a pattern in your life that breaks tonight. You have lived inside it so long that you stopped seeing it. It wears different faces, this pattern. Sometimes it looks like the same kind of person arriving with a different name. Sometimes it is the same disappointment wearing new clothes. The shape repeats, and each time it repeats, it holds you a little longer. Tonight you will see the pattern clearly for the first time, and once you see it, you cannot unsee it. That is how change truly begins. Not with effort first, but with sight. A man cannot leave a maze he does not know he is standing in. You have asked me for answers in your lost moments. You wondered why certain doors kept closing no matter how hard you pushed. Why certain feelings would not leave no matter how you reasoned with them. Why the same ending kept finding you. Tonight is connected to those questions. What is revealed will begin to answer them. The understanding will not come all at once. I rarely hand you the whole answer in a single hour, because you were not built to carry it that way. It will form gradually, the way light fills a room at dawn. But it will form, and you will know it is from me. I am asking you to trust me through the parts that do not yet make sense. Trust is not the same as having answers. Trust is believing that I see what you cannot, and that I love you enough to act on what I see. Hold that trust tonight, and you will find steadiness in hours that would once have undone you. There is also an opportunity hidden inside this moment. It will not look obvious at first, but whenever something false is removed, space opens for something true to enter. Whenever a hidden thing is revealed, ground is cleared for building. The new thing meant for you is already moving toward you. The old had to be cleared first. You have been stronger than you realize. You have faced things that could have broken you, and here you stand, still listening for my voice. That same strength will carry you through whatever unfolds tonight. You will not fall apart. I will not allow it. As the hours pass, guard your thoughts. Fear will try to distort what you see, stretching shadows into monsters. Refuse it. Stand on what is real. I am with you. I am ahead of you, and nothing tonight escapes my hand. If this word is reaching your spirit, say, I believe, and let heaven hear it. Something else is happening beneath the surface of this night. A release has begun in your life. Something you have gripped for too long is losing its hold on you. It may be a thought you kept rehearsing, a belief about yourself that was never true, a connection that stopped feeding you long ago. Tonight, that release becomes visible. Do not resist what needs to leave, even when it feels familiar. Familiarity is not the same as belonging. Your hands were made to hold what I am giving, not to clutch what I am taking. When you release what is no longer meant for you, you make room for what is. Empty hands are not a loss. They are readiness. There is a truth about your own life that you have sensed but never fully accepted. You have circled it for months, maybe years, glancing at it and looking away. Tonight brings it close enough that looking away stops working. This is not to overwhelm you. It is to end the exhaustion of pretending. Once you accept what is real, a clarity you have been missing will settle over you like morning air. You are also approaching a moment of choice. It will not look dramatic when it arrives. It may come dressed as a small decision, a single word spoken or withheld, a step taken or refused. But it carries weight far beyond its size. Your response in that moment will shape what follows for a long time. Choose from calm, not from fear. Let your inner knowing lead because I am in it. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear what follows the altar. Abraham climbed a mountain with everything he loved and came down with more than he carried up. The widow of Zarephath gave her last handful of flour to a hungry prophet, and her jar did not run dry through the whole famine. This is how my kingdom has always worked. The open hand is filled. The clenched fist stays empty, holding only what it already had. You have been conditioned to doubt yourself, especially when the ground feels uncertain. Voices from your past taught you to hesitate, to ask permission, to wait for someone wiser to confirm what you already knew. Tonight, I'm calling you past that doubt. The clarity you need will not come from outside voices. It rises from the place in you where my guidance lives, quietly waiting for you to listen. There may come an hour tonight when you feel tested. Everything in you will want to fall back into the old way, the old reaction, the old silence. That hour matters more than you know. It is not there to defeat you. It is there to show you how much you have changed. When you choose differently, even once, a cycle that has followed you for years loses its grip. I saw the effort it took to hold yourself together in seasons no one else understood. I saw the battles you fought without witnesses, the mornings you rose when rising felt impossible. None of that was invisible to me, and none of it was wasted. It built something in you plank by plank that tonight will begin to prove. Your perspective is already shifting. Can you feel it? Things that confused you are starting to arrange themselves into sense. This is not because the facts changed. It is because you are seeing from higher ground now. From the valley, a road looks like chaos. From the hilltop, you can see where every bend was leading. There is a renewal forming around you even while something else is ending. This is my way. I do not tear down without building. The same night that closes one door is already laying the threshold of another. Endings and beginnings are not enemies. They are two hands doing one work. You are not meant to stay where you have been. I say it again so it settles into your bones. You are not meant to stay there. There is more ahead, more growth, more peace, more purpose than the narrow room you have been living in. Tonight is a step toward it, even if the step feels unsteady. Stay inside the present moment as things unfold. Do not sprint ahead into imagined tomorrows, and do not circle back into old regrets. What is in front of you is enough. Respond to it with awareness, one thing at a time, and you will stay aligned with the path I am walking you down. And remember this above everything else that happens tonight. You are not alone. Not in the revelation, not in the choice, not in the release. I am with you in every moment of it, nearer than your own breathing. My presence does not flicker when circumstances shake. Tonight is not something to fear. It is something to understand. What feels shocking is only a hidden thing stepping into the light, and hidden things lose their power the moment light touches them. They can no longer confuse you, steer you, or quietly rule you. That is what clarity does. It does not just inform you, it frees you. You are being prepared for something larger than this night. Every experience you have walked through is part of that preparation, including the ones that made no sense at the time. Tonight belongs to that work. It is bringing you closer to the place I have been leading you toward all along, one revelation at a time. Let me speak now about what is rising in you, because the night's work is not only about what falls away. There is a strength in you that has been waiting below the surface, quiet and patient, like a root under winter ground. You did not notice it because your eyes were fixed on your struggles, but the struggles themselves were feeding it. Tonight, it breaks the surface. You will feel it first in how you respond. Something that would once have flattened you will land differently. You will hear hard words without crumbling. You will meet uncertainty without unraveling. Do not rush past this. Stop and recognize it, because it is evidence. You are not who you were. Your emotions will surface tonight as well, and I want you ready for them. Feelings you pressed down for months are coming up for air. Grief you never gave room to. Anger you judged yourself for carrying. Longing you were ashamed to admit. They rise not to drown you, but to leave you. What is felt fully can finally be released. You believed you had to carry everything alone. You wore that belief like a coat you never took off. Someone taught it to you long ago, that asking for help was weakness, that your weight was yours only. It was never true. I have been beside you under every load, waiting for you to hand me my share. Tonight, hand it over, not with a grand gesture, just a quiet inward letting go, the kind no one else sees. Say within yourself, this is too heavy, and it was never mine to carry alone. That small surrender will do more for you than a year of striving. There is also a matter of your worth that must be settled tonight. You have priced yourself too low for too long. You accepted treatment you should have refused. You gave your best to people who offered their least. You called it patience, or loyalty, or love. Some of it was, but some of it was simply forgetting whose child you are. I formed you with intention. I do not make filler. I do not create placeholders. When you shrink yourself to fit spaces that were always too small, you are not being humble. You are contradicting your maker. Tonight, that contradiction ends. Watch how this settles into your voice. You will notice yourself speaking with fewer apologies wrapped around your words. Saying what is true without dressing it in softness, it does not need. This is not harshness. It is honesty finally standing upright. The people who love the smaller version of you may flinch. The ones who love you truly will rejoice. Fear deserves a word of its own tonight, because fear has governed more of your life than you like to admit. It sat in the council of your decisions. It edited your words before you spoke them. It talked you out of doors I had opened and talked you into staying in rooms I had finished with. Fear has been a false shepherd, and you followed its voice because it sounded like wisdom. Hear the difference now. My wisdom says wait, but it never says hide. My wisdom says be careful, but it never says be small. When a voice tells you that safety lies in shrinking, in silence, in staying where you are, slowly fading, that voice is not mine. Test every voice against this, and fear will lose its disguise. Tonight, fear loses more than its disguise. It loses its throne, not because it will stop speaking. It may whisper for years yet, but because you will stop obeying. There is a difference between hearing fear and following it. From this night, you hear it the way you hear rain on a roof, present, but not in charge. Uncertainty may still visit you in the hours ahead. That is natural. You are entering ground you have not walked before, and new ground always feels unsteady at first. But uncertainty does not mean you are lost. A sailor in open water is not lost simply because he cannot see the shore. He has his star. You have me. I want you to notice, too, what happens in your body as this night does its work. The tightness you have carried in your chest, the bracing you did without realizing, the way you slept with your fists closed. Some of that begins to loosen tonight. Peace is not only an idea, it settles into muscle and bone. Let it. There is a peace coming that will puzzle you, because it will arrive in the middle of everything rather than after it. You expected peace to come when problems ended. Instead, it will come while they still stand. Quiet and unreasonable and real. That is how you will know it is from me. The world's peace waits for calm weather. Mine walks on the water. You have been asking for clarity without using the word. Every time you said, "I just need to know." Every time you turned a question over at midnight, you were asking. Tonight is my answer beginning. Not the whole answer. The first light of it. Receive it without demanding the rest at once. And there is something in you that is ready to move, even while another part of you reaches for the brakes. Learn to tell those two voices apart. The readiness is your strength speaking, the deep knowing I planted in you. The hesitation is old habit. When you feel that forward pull tonight, do not argue with it. It is not recklessness. It is the door standing open. You were not built for the shore you have been clinging to. There is deeper water with your name on it. More growth than you have yet touched. More peace than you have yet tasted. More purpose than you have dared to want out loud. Every realization this night gives you is a plank in the bridge toward it. So stay present. Do not manage what I am doing. Do not grip the outcome. Let each hour reveal what it carries, and answer only what is actually in front of you. That is how you walk with me through a night like this, one honest step at a time. Now I want to speak with you about time, because your quarrel with me has mostly been a quarrel about timing. You believed in my power. What you doubted was my calendar. You watched others receive what you had prayed longer for, and you wondered if your requests had been set aside in some forgotten corner of heaven. Nothing of yours was set aside. Hear this clearly. But my timing does not answer to your urgency, and there is mercy in that, though it has not felt like mercy. Fruit forced ripe is bitter. Bread pulled early from the fire is raw at the center. Some of what you asked for, had it come when you demanded it, would have arrived before you could hold it without being harmed by it. Consider the field a farmer lets lie fallow. To an impatient eye it looks abandoned, a waste of good ground. But beneath the surface the soil is mending, gathering back what years of harvest drew out of it. Your quiet seasons were not abandonment. The ground of your life was being made able to sustain what is coming, so that the next harvest does not exhaust you. Consider the river. It does not travel in straight lines, and from the bank its bends look like wandering. But the river is not lost. It is finding the one course the land will allow, moving around stone it cannot break, cutting slowly through what it can. Your path has bent the same way. What you call detours were the water finding its course. Think of Joseph in the pit, then in the prison. Between the dream and the throne stretched years that looked like a mistake. Yet the road that seemed to lead away from the promise was the only road that led into it. Pharaoh's palace could not be reached from his father's favorite sun tent. It could only be reached through Egypt. You have had your Egypt. It was a road, not a verdict. So when tonight's shaking tempts you to say, "I am too late," remember Lazarus. His sisters kept the count of days, and by their count, hope had expired. I stood at that tomb on the fourth day, not the first, because I wanted them to know there's no such thing as too late where I am standing. The stone rolls away when I say it rolls away. What men call finished, I call waiting. What they seal and walk away from, I visit at the appointed hour. Keep that close whenever your circumstances try to hand you a verdict I never signed. Trust the process even where you cannot trace it. A weaver's work seen from underneath looks like knots and crossed threads without reason. The pattern only shows from above. You have been looking at your life from underneath. I see it from above. And I tell you, the threads are not tangled. They are placed. In the days after tonight, you will begin to notice small openings, an unexpected kindness, a door left ajar that was always locked before, a thought that arrives with unusual weight and will not leave. Do not dismiss these as coincidence. They are stepping stones, set down one at a time, and each one bears your next portion of the path. Step on them as they come. Do not stand still demanding to see the whole crossing before you lift your foot. I light the step you are on and the one after it. That has always been my way. Enough light for obedience. Not so much that you no longer need me. You will also find that waiting itself changes for you now. There is a kind of waiting that gnaws, and a kind that rests. The first watches the road with clenched teeth. The second sets the table because it knows the guest is coming. From tonight, I am moving you from the first kind into the second. Same road, different heart. Others may not understand your calm. They will look at your circumstances, then at your face, and find the two do not match. Let them wonder. You are not required to explain a peace you did not manufacture. Some things are understood only by those who have stood in their own long night and heard my voice inside it. And do not envy another person's season. The tree that blossoms first is not the greatest tree in the orchard. Each one answers to its own appointed month. When you measure your progress against someone else's spring, you slander your own winter, and your winter has been doing faithful work. There is a harvest ahead of you, and I want you to be ready for how it arrives. Harvests rarely announce themselves. They begin with one ripe thing where yesterday there was none, then another. Then suddenly the field is heavy, and the question is no longer whether there is fruit, but whether your arms can carry it. Prepare your arms. Stretch your expectation wider than your circumstances. But understand what readiness means. It does not mean perfection. It means position. Be found where I told you to stand, doing what I gave you to do, with your heart soft toward me. The rain falls on the positioned field. It cannot fill barns that were built in some other country of wishing. Tonight is part of the positioning. That is why the shaking was allowed. Some things had to fall from your hands so they would be empty at the right moment. Some sight had to be restored so you would recognize the opening when it appeared. Everything converges. Nothing about this night stands apart from the whole. So keep walking, even in the dark stretch. The dark stretch is still road. It does not stop being road because you cannot see its edges. Feel for my hand and take the next step, and let the step after that wait its turn. This is how deserts are crossed. Not in one heroic day, but step upon step, with manna enough for each morning. State, I trust out loud if you believe my timing over your own. Now let me show you who you are becoming, because tonight is not only an ending, it is an unveiling. The person who wakes tomorrow will carry the same name and the same face, but something in the foundation will have shifted. You are crossing from one way of being into another, and I want you to recognize the crossing while it happens. The first mark of this new season is a quiet confidence. Not the loud kind that performs for a room, the kind that sits still in you like ballast in a ship, unseen but steadying everything. It will not need applause to survive. It will not collapse when someone doubts you. It is rooted in what you know, not in what others confirm. You will notice it in small ways at first. You will make a decision without polling 5 people for permission. You will let a criticism pass through you without building a house for it. You will hear no and remain whole. These small moments are not small. They are the new foundation bearing weight. Your priorities are already rearranging themselves. Things that once consumed your attention are quietly losing their flavor. Conversations you used to chase now feel like eating air. Places that once drew you now leave you restless to go home. Do not mourn this. Nothing is wrong with you. The appetite changes when the person changes. What is fading makes room for what is arriving. You will find yourself hungry for depth where you once settled for noise. Hungry for what is real where you once accepted what was convenient. Hungry for my presence in ways that surprise you. Feed that hunger. It is the truest compass you own. There is a purpose taking shape in you, and I want to speak carefully about it. You have asked what you are here for, sometimes with words, sometimes with a long stare at the ceiling. The answer has been forming in you all along, built from everything you have lived. Nothing you endured stands outside of it. The compassion in you was carved by the hours no one comforted you. You know how to sit with the brokenhearted, because you know which words help and which words wound. That knowledge was purchased at a price, and it was not purchased for nothing. There are people ahead of you whom only your particular scars can reach. Do not ask me for the whole blueprint tonight. Purpose is not handed over like a map unrolled all at once. It is revealed the way a road reveals itself to the one walking it. What I will give you is the next assignment, the next person, the next act of obedience. Walk in what you have, and more will meet you on the way. You will also stand differently among people now. Some will sense the change before you name it. A steadiness in your presence, a refusal to be rushed, an absence of the old anxious edge. They may not have language for it, but they will feel it, because alignment carries its own quiet authority. Not everyone will celebrate this. Understand that now, so it does not wound you later. Some people had arranged their comfort around your smallness. Your silence made room for their voice. Your bending made their rigidity workable. When you stand upright, arrangements like that come under strain. Let them. You are not responsible for the comfort others built on your compromise. But watch too for the ones who draw nearer. There are people appointed to this next season of your life. Some you have already met, and some still on their way. They will recognize what you carry, and you will recognize them by a certain rest you feel in their company. Iron meeting iron, without injury. Give those connections your best attention. You are also done from tonight with begging for reassurance. That constant checking, that need to be told again and again that you are enough, that it will be all right, that you have not been forgotten. It came from an old wound, and the wound is closing. In its place grows a settled knowing that does not need hourly confirmation. This does not mean you will never wobble. It means the wobble will no longer become a collapse. You will feel doubt brush past you and remain standing. That is not pride. That is what a healed thing feels like. Healed bones do not need the crutch, though the memory of limping lingers a while. Acceptance is doing its quiet work in you as well. You are making peace with what was, not because it was good, but because arguing with the past was costing you the present. Some questions from your history will never receive their answers on this side of eternity. You are learning to leave them at my feet and live anyway. That is not defeat. That is wisdom with the dust of the road on its shoes. And closure is coming to things that hung unfinished. Some of it arrives tonight in what is revealed. Some of it arrives simply because you stop reopening what I have sealed. Not every ending needs a ceremony. Some doors close without a sound, and the proof they are closed is the peace you feel walking away from them. Guard this new self in the days ahead, because old patterns will send for you. The old cravings for approval, the old reflex to shrink, the old habit of carrying what was never yours. They will knock, wearing familiar faces. You are not obligated to answer. Recognition is your defense. You cannot be quietly pulled into what you clearly see. I am telling you all of this before it fully unfolds, so that when it comes, you will know it was not chance. You will remember that I named it in advance, on this night, in this word spoken over you, and that memory will anchor you when the changes stretch you. Let it be a stone of remembrance set up on the night everything turned. Now hear my final word for this night, because morning is coming, and I want you ready for it. What happens tonight is not meant to live as a memory you revisit. It is meant to live as ground you build on. Many receive a word and are moved for an evening. Few let the word move them for a lifetime. Be among the few. When the sun rises, the world will look ordinary again. The same rooms, the same obligations, the same faces at the same tables. Do not be deceived by the sameness. You are not returning to your old life. You're walking through your old surroundings as a new person, and that changes everything the surroundings can do to you. There will be a temptation in a day or a week to explain this night away, to call it a mood, a strange evening, a wave of feeling that passed. That temptation is the thief coming for the seed. Guard what was planted in you. Speak of it to yourself when doubt argues. Write nothing off that I have written in. Remember what was revealed and hold it without bitterness. If a person was shown to you as they truly are, thank me for the sight, and do not spend your strength hating them. Bitterness would chain you to the very thing I separated you from. Release them into my hands. My justice needs no help from your resentment, and your future has no room for its weight. Remember also what rose in you, the voice that stood up, the strength that surfaced, the peace that arrived without permission from your circumstances. These are not visitors. They are residents now. When old situations try to summon the old you, let the new residents answer the door. Walk slowly through the coming days, not hesitantly, slowly. There is a difference. Hesitation is fear wearing the mask of caution. Slowness is wisdom refusing to be rushed. Decisions will present themselves, some quickly. Take them to me first. A moment of asking spares a season of untangling, and keep watch over your mouth in this next stretch. What I have shown you tonight is not for every ear. Some revelations are bread for your own table, not seed for every field. Joseph told his dream too widely and gained years of trouble for it. Let your changed life speak first. Words can follow later when the fruit is visible and no argument is needed. You will stumble somewhere ahead. I tell you this not to discourage you, but to disarm the shame before it arrives. A stumble on the new road is not a return to the old one. When it happens, do not lie in the dust, composing speeches about your failure. Take my hand, stand, and continue. My mercies are not annual or monthly. They are new every morning, and they will be new on that morning too. Care for the ones I have placed around you, the ones you love, and the ones you carry in prayer. Some of them are watching your life more closely than you know, reading it like a letter. The steadiness you walk in after this night will preach to them without a single sermon. Your peace will make them thirsty. Your light will make them curious about the flame. But do not appoint yourself the manager of anyone else's awakening. You cannot shake anyone awake. You can only live awake in front of them. Pray for them. Be patient the way I have been patient with you. Remember how many quiet years I called before you turned. Give others the same room, and trust me to work in the hours you cannot see. There is provision arranged for the road ahead of you. I do not send anyone into an assignment without supplies. Manna did not begin until the wilderness required it, and yours will meet you the same way, exactly when the need becomes real, and not an hour before. Do not measure tomorrow's road against today's supplies. That arithmetic has frightened you long enough. The provider walks with you, and the storehouse travels with the owner. And know this about the ones who wronged you, the ones whose faces still visit your thoughts. I saw everything. Nothing that was done to you in secret is hidden from me. You do not need to carry the ledger any longer. Hand me the accounts. Some debts I will settle in ways you will witness, and some in ways you never will. But not one line has escaped my reading. You are free to live unburdened by the arithmetic of old wounds. What I want most for you in this next season is nearness. Not more religion, not busier service. Nearness. Speak with me in the plain words of your ordinary day. Bring me your questions before they become worries, and your worries before they become storms. The door between us has no lock on my side. It never did. I am with you when the road is obvious and when it is hidden. I am with you in the rooms where you are celebrated and the rooms where you are misunderstood. I am with you in the strength of your morning and the honesty of your midnight. There is no hour you can enter where I have not already arrived. So step into what comes next without dread. The night that frightened you was carrying gifts. The shaking you braced against was setting things in order. You will look back on this evening further down the road and recognize it as a hinge on which your whole direction turned. And you will be glad you did not turn away from my voice when it called. My child, we have walked a long road together to reach this night, and the road ahead is brighter than any stretch behind you. Lift your head, loosen your grip on what is finished, open your hands to what is beginning. The old has served its purpose, and the new is already at the door. Go now toward your rest, and let sleep come without guarding against the dark. Nothing prowls this night that has authority over you. My watch does not end when your eyes close. I will be awake over you until morning, and in the morning I will still be speaking. Listen for me in the light, the way you listened in the dark. Receive my peace now, not as an idea, but as a covering. Let it settle over your mind, your body, your home, and everyone under your roof. What was spoken over you tonight is sealed, and no hand can unseal what I have closed. You are known. You are kept. You are mine. If you are ready to walk into what I have prepared, declare, "Yes, Lord, I am ready," and let that be your first step.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Something happened while you were not watching. Heaven grew still. Not in the way silence usually falls, slow, creeping, like an ending. This was different. This was the kind of stillness that follows something rare, the kind that comes when all of heaven turns to look at the same thing at the same time. And what heaven turned to look at was you. I want you to hear what I am about to say, not as a comfort. Hear it as fact. You have been through things that had the full intention of finishing you, not discouraging you, not delaying you, finishing you completely. There were seasons where the pressure did not let up, where one hard thing barely ended before the next one arrived, where you had to keep choosing to get up when getting up felt dishonest, when you felt nothing like someone who was going to be all right, and yet you did not fully stop. That is what caught heaven's attention. Not your best days, not the moments when you had it together. What made heaven go quiet was the moments when you did not have it together, and something in you still kept reaching for me. A whisper when you had nothing left. A reluctant step back toward the place where you knew I was, even when you felt no certainty that I would answer. You thought those moments were your weakest. Heaven read them as something else entirely. My child, you left me speechless. I want you to sit with that. Not because you performed well, not because your record was clean, but because inside the place where pressure breaks, most people, the hidden place that nobody else sees. You held something that should have buckled. You bent. I watched you bend. There were moments where I could see exactly how close you were to letting go entirely. But there was a thread you kept holding. Not tightly, sometimes barely, but you held it. That thread was not stubbornness. It was not willpower. I put it there. What I plant does not uproot easily. Even when the ground shook, the root held. That is not something you manufactured. That is something I placed in the deepest part of who you are. And the weight of everything this season threw at you proved it is real. Now I need you to understand what I am not saying. I am not saying the hard things were good. I am not standing over what you suffered and calling it a gift. Pain is not a prize. Loss is not a reward. What came against you was real, and it was heavy. I know how heavy it was. I was there for every hour of it, not watching from a distance, but present in the very room where you sat alone and wondered how much longer you could keep going. I did not look away. I have never looked away from you. There is something I need you to hold before anything else is said. I was not unmoved by what you walked through. I did not observe it the way you observe something from behind glass, at a safe distance, untouched. I was in it with you. Every night that stretched too long, every morning that arrived without relief, every moment where the silence felt like an answer you were not ready to hear. I was there through all of it. And what I was doing in those moments was not nothing. I was not simply waiting for you to endure your way to the other side. I was holding what you could not hold. I was keeping intact what the pressure was trying to destroy. That work was real, even when you could not feel it happening. And it mattered. What I placed in you was already there long before this season arrived. The pressure did not create it. The pressure revealed it. And what it revealed was something rare enough to make heaven stop and take notice. You kept your integrity when it would have been easier to let it go. You stayed honest when a lie would have been simpler. You remained when remaining was the harder path. And when the ones you trusted let you down, you did not harden the way hurt usually hardens a person. You stayed open. You stayed willing. That is not nothing. Those are not small things. To the eye, they look like nothing. To heaven, they carry enormous weight. There are people who look confident from the outside and are hollow on the inside. There are people who seem strong in public and crumble when no one is watching. What I found in you was the other way around. In the open, you were often uncertain. You doubted. You worried. You went through stretches where hope felt like a thing you could not quite hold in your hands anymore. But in the place no one else could see, in the quiet core, where a person's real character lives, there was something stable, something settled, something that would not fully agree with the verdict being spoken over your life by the hardship, by the disappointment, by the voices that suggested you were ordinary and small. Heaven sees that place. I built it. And what I saw inside it moved me, not as a figure of speech, not as a comfort phrase, but in the way that truth moves the one who knows what it costs to make something hold. Now I want to tell you what was found inside that place. I want to name it clearly. I want you to hear it plainly, without the filter of doubt softening it, before it can reach you. Because what was discovered about you in this season is not small. It is the kind of thing that shifts how you see your past, your present, and the ground you are about to walk into. So before I tell you everything else, before I speak of what comes next, what is shifting, and what is being released over your life, receive this one thing first. You were not forgotten. You were never abandoned. The quiet was not emptiness. What you lived through was seen in full, from the first moment the weight arrived to the last hour of the longest night. And what was found inside you when the pressure was at its heaviest, that is what I have come to speak to you about today. There is a word for what I found inside you, but I want to approach it carefully, because the first time most people hear it applied to themselves, they resist it. They shake their head. They think of all the ways it could not possibly be true. The word is rare. Not rare because you have never made a mistake. Not rare because you are better than the people around you. Rare because of what was found underneath the pressure. Rare because of what did not leave when everything else seemed to. When betrayal came, I watched for bitterness. In most people, bitterness arrives quickly after a wound. It makes a certain kind of sense. The hurt is real, the cause is unjust, and bitterness at least feels like something. Like a grip on the situation. Like a way to not be helpless. But when betrayal came to you, and it did come, I watched your heart, and what I found was not bitterness taking root. There was pain, real pain. But the bitterness had nothing to grip. Something in you kept releasing the very thing that should have poisoned you. Not quickly, not without a fight, but it kept releasing. That is not common. When silence stretched on longer than you expected, when answers did not come and explanations did not arrive, I watched for what fills that space in most people's hearts. Long silence breeds anger in many people, or resignation, or the slow, quiet decision to stop trusting. In you, the silence hurt. I will not pretend otherwise. But underneath the hurt, you kept something alive that most people release in those seasons. You kept reaching. Small, quiet, sometimes barely a reach at all. But you did not go fully silent on me. You kept the line open even when you heard nothing back. That is the kind of faith that counts, not the faith that praises loudly when things are good. The faith that sits in a dark room and whispers my name anyway, not because it feels anything, but because it refuses to let go completely. I found loyalty in you, where others left. Not the kind of loyalty that is easy to maintain when things are going well. The kind that holds when holding costs something. I found patience in places where frustration would have been completely understandable. You were not patient because it was easy. You were patient because something in you chose it, even when everything else pushed against it. I found kindness still operating in you after you had been treated without kindness. You still chose to be gentle when you had every right to harden. You did not perform that softness for people to observe. I watched it in your private choices, in how you treated others when no one was grading you, in the decisions you made when the only witness was yourself and me. That is the real measure of a person, not what they do on display, what they do when they are alone and tired and the easier wrong is available. And I found something else, something even harder to hold on to after the kind of pain you walked through. I found that your ability to feel with other people did not close down. After being hurt yourself, there would have been no shame in pulling back, in protecting yourself, in deciding that you had enough to carry without taking on the weight of others. But that is not what happened. You remained open. You still felt the weight of other people's struggles, even when you were under your own. You still made room. You still showed up. That is an uncommon thing in a person who has been through what you have been through. That combination, loyalty under pressure, faith that holds through long silence, compassion that survives personal pain, does not occur automatically. I have watched people go through tremendous weight and come out closed, armored, unreachable, hardened in the way that something becomes when the life is pressed out of it. What you came out with was different. You came out with something I can only describe as depth. Depth does not announce itself. It does not ask for recognition. It does not even always know it is there, but it shows up when it is needed. It shows in how you handle things that are too heavy for a shallow person to carry. It shows in the choices you make when no one is watching and the easy or wrong is right in front of you. It shows in the way you enter a room, even now, even after everything, still carrying something that has not been used up. You have depth, my child. It was built through things that cost you, through seasons that asked more than you felt you had, through moments where the only way through was through. And what was built in those moments is real. It is not a feeling or an impression. It is something solid. It has already been tested under conditions designed to destroy it, and it held. You thought those seasons meant something was wrong with you. You measured yourself against people who seemed further along, people who looked like they were moving forward while you felt stuck. But that comparison was never a fair one. Their path was not your path. Their timeline was not your timeline. And what was being built in you during that time was something that does not get built while you are moving fast. It gets built in the slow places, in the still places, in the places where there is nothing to do but hold on. You held on. And what was found in you because of it is something heaven has not been quiet about. Most people will never know what was found, but you were drawn to this moment for a reason, and that reason is this. Heaven has something to say to you that has been held long enough. Declare your Amen if you have faith. The attacks you experienced were not random. I need you to understand this clearly, because many people look at the hardship they have faced and conclude one of two things. Either that they are unlucky, or that somehow they deserved it. Neither is what happened with you. The attacks that came against you were specific, targeted. That is not something to take lightly. You do not deploy targeted pressure against something ordinary. You do not spend focused energy trying to undo something that poses no threat. The enemy studied you before he moved, and what he studied alarmed him. He saw what I placed inside you. He could not create it. He could not take it. But he could try to get you to walk away from it voluntarily. He could not erase your calling. But if he could get you to disbelieve it, if he could get you to look at yourself and conclude that you were ordinary, unimportant, too broken to matter, then what I placed in you would sit dormant, not destroyed, but inactive, unused. And that was his aim. So the attack did not come as something obvious. It came quietly. It came as a consistent suggestion. The suggestion took many forms. You are behind. You are not like others. You have missed too much. The things that hurt you have marked you permanently. You will always be at this same level. No one who really sees you stays. These were not idle thoughts. They were placed with purpose. The enemy does not waste effort on targets that do not matter to him. The very consistency of the pressure is itself a signal. It tells you something about what was at stake. There were times when you believed the lies. I will not pretend otherwise. There were seasons when you looked at yourself and what you saw was mostly the damage. When you measured yourself against others and came away feeling small. When the whisper that said you had been passed over felt more real than anything I had told you. You almost settled into that conclusion. You almost signed your name to the sentence that said you were finished, but you could not fully commit to it. Every time you moved close to accepting the worst as permanent, something would resist. Not loudly, sometimes just a flicker, a reluctance, an unwillingness to completely let go of the possibility that the story was not over. That resistance was not yours alone. It was also mine. I kept a thread of truth alive in you even when the lies were loudest. I would not let the truth about who you are be permanently buried under a deception, because what I placed in you is real, and real things do not respond to the enemy's authority. He had access to your circumstances. He never had access to your core. So the lies came in through the side doors. He used comparison, placing people in your view who seemed further along, more confident, more established. And slowly, comparison did what comparison always does. It made you measure progress on a scale that was never designed for your path. You started judging your timing by someone else's calendar, your worth by someone else's visible results. And that is an impossible way to measure anything real. He used shame. Shame for choices made in harder seasons. Shame for the gaps. Shame for what you had not yet done, for what you had not yet become. Shame is a specific kind of attack. It does not just say you did something wrong. It says you are something wrong. There is a difference. Conviction points to a specific thing and invites correction. Shame points to your whole person and invites you to disappear. That was the aim, to make you pull back, to make you feel that the best thing you could do for everyone was to make yourself smaller. But what I put in, you cannot be taken away. Not by the weight of your history, not by the mistakes that live in your past, not by the disappointment that came through people who should have been safe, not by the seasons that lasted longer than you could have anticipated. None of those things hold the authority to unmake what I spoke into being in you. The enemy tried every entrance. He found your doubt and used it. He found your longing for approval and turned it against you. He found the places where you were most sensitive and pressed there. But what I have written in you is not written in something that pressure can reach. He could bend you toward the lie. He could not get you to swear allegiance to it. And that made all the difference. You are still here. That is not a small thing. Every time the attack came and you did not stay completely gone, every time you came back, even reluctantly, even exhausted, even unsure, the enemy's plan failed. Not dramatically, not with a shout, just quietly, faithfully. He failed. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I'm preparing. What was built in you through those attacks stands intact. The lies shape no permanent thing in you. They came and they pressed hard, but the foundation I laid held. The truth lived beneath everything that was piled on top of it. And because it is still there, undestroyed, uncanceled, it is now free to rise. I need you to understand something that might have caused you pain at the time. The truth I am telling you now, I have known it the whole time. It was never hidden from me. And there were moments, seasons even, when you cried out and asked me to show you who you were, to confirm your worth, to tell you plainly what was happening and why and where it was all going. And I stayed quiet. I want to explain that silence to you now, because you deserve the explanation. Revelation does not travel well to a heart that is not yet ready to carry it. That is not a criticism of you. It is a matter of structure. If I had spoken this truth to you too early, before the shaping, before the stretching, before you had learned to distinguish between approval from people and direction from me, it would not have helped you. It would have worked against you. And I will not do things that work against you, even when they feel like the thing you need most in the moment. There are two ways early revelation can damage a person. The first is pride. When someone learns something true and significant about themselves before their character is ready to hold it, the truth curls in on itself and becomes arrogance. They begin to perform an identity rather than carry one. They stop needing me because they feel they now have an answer about themselves. The very word I meant to anchor them becomes a trophy they hold over others. That is not what I intended for you. What I was speaking over your life was always meant to ground you, not elevate you above people, but root you deeply enough to stand beside them and serve them with what you carry. The second is fear. For some people, hearing the size of what they carry before they are grounded enough to receive it is simply too much. They retreat. They convince themselves it cannot really be them. They run from the word rather than grow into it. And running from it leaves them more lost than not knowing it at all. I watched you carefully through this season. I watched whether difficulty was making you humble or making you brittle. I watched whether silence was deepening your trust or feeding resentment. I watched the quiet work that was happening in you below the surface where no one else could see, where no one was applauding or even aware that anything was being built. And what I saw told me that the shape of your character was moving towards something that could hold this truth. Your humility was becoming real, not performed for others, but genuine. Your patience was becoming steady. Your need for me was growing bigger than your need for recognition. Those shifts matter enormously, because a person who needs me more than they need attention can carry revelation without it distorting them. The silence was not neglect. It was precision. I was not absent from you. I was doing something more important than speaking. I was forming the vessel so that what I poured into it would hold. You felt delayed. I understand that. From where you were standing, it looked like standing still while others moved forward. That experience was real, and I am not dismissing it. But delay is not denial. A thing being carefully formed takes longer than a thing being rushed. What I was building in you was never going to be rushed. The depth I placed in you requires time. You cannot fast forward roots. You cannot skip the invisible work and arrive at visible fruit with anything real beneath it. The process had to be honored. So I honored it. And I want you to know I understood what that silence cost you. I did not take it lightly. The silence also kept you safe in a way you could not have recognized at the time. Some things placed in the light too early are consumed before they are strong enough to hold their ground. Some flames lit in the wrong season are put out before they can grow into fire. I was not withholding something good from you. I was protecting something good from being exposed before it was ready to hold up under what would come against it. The seasons that felt like nothing was happening, those were not empty. Things were happening in you during those seasons that could not have happened any other way. When there were no outward signs of movement, there was inward work. When there was nothing visible to show for the time, there was something invisible being secured. You were being formed in the way that real formation requires. Slowly, quietly, without applause, without an audience, and you did not waste those seasons. Even when it felt like you were simply enduring them, something was being laid down in you that will outlast every difficulty that placed you there. Now the form is ready. The character can carry what the calling requires. The humility is in place to hold the truth without it becoming distortion. The depth is there to receive revelation without it becoming pride. And that is why I am speaking now. Not sooner, not later. Now. The timing was never cruelty. It was care. Your worth was never in question. It was settled before you ever had to prove anything. What I was waiting for was the right moment to hand something into hands that were ready to hold it. And those hands are now ready. There is something I want to add that I do not want to pass over. The silence was never about your performance. It was never a withholding based on whether you had done enough or believed strongly enough. Your worth was never the variable. It was settled before you ever had to prove anything to me. What I was holding back was not a verdict on your value. It was a timing decision about what you were ready to receive. And now you are ready. You are not the same person you were at the beginning of this road. You have learned things that cannot be learned any other way. And what I am placing in your hands now will not be wasted on what you have become. I want to bring you back to something simple and say it clearly enough that it reaches the place where the doubt lives. You are not who the hardest things tried to make you. That sentence is not inspirational language. It is a statement of fact. The hardship that came against you had a specific intention: to define you, to narrow what you believed about yourself down to the size of the worst things that happened to you, to let failure become your name, to let rejection stamp an identity on you that would follow you quietly into every new beginning and whisper that you would get the same result again. That did not succeed. Not because you are stronger than everyone else. Not because you did everything right. It did not succeed because what I wrote into you is not written in something that hardship can reach. I did not plant your identity in your circumstances. I did not rest it on your performance. I did not build it on the opinions of people who looked at you and saw less than what was really there. I placed who you are at a depth that the surface of life cannot touch. And because of that, the repeated attempts to write over it did not take. The rejections did not stick at the level where your real identity lives. The failures added to your experience, but they could not add to your definition. The seasons when you felt invisible did not erase the truth of what you carry. The comparisons that made you feel behind did not change the path I designed specifically for you. You were never behind your purpose. You were always on the path I set for you. Your path does not run on the same timeline as other people's paths. It never has. Measuring your progress by someone else's markers has never been the right measure for your life. I know that is easy to say, but I need you to feel the weight of it, because the habit of comparison has cost you more than you realize. Other people are not ahead of you. They are on their own path, carrying what I assigned to them. When you look at where someone else is and compare it to where you are comparing two things that were never designed to be compared. Your path is yours alone. The shape of it, the timing of it, the pace of it, these were decided with you specifically in mind, not as an afterthought, not as a compromise, as a design. And what you are called to carry is significant. I do not say that to make you proud. I say it so that you stop treating yourself like something smaller than you are. There is a habit you have developed of making yourself small before anyone else can do it. A kind of preemptive diminishment. If you make yourself small first, the thinking goes, it hurts less when others agree. But that habit has cost you. It has kept you from walking into things with the authority and steadiness that rightly belongs to you. What I placed in you is not fragile. It does not need to be protected by smallness. It does not need you to hide it so that it will not be targeted. It can withstand being seen. It can hold up under scrutiny. It can be expressed openly without falling apart. You are allowed to know who you are. You are allowed to walk in the reality of it. Not loudly, not in a way that announces itself or demands recognition, but steadily, with the quiet certainty of someone who has settled the question of their own worth. Not because circumstances confirmed it, but because I said it. Here is something else I want you to receive. The things that felt like they were working against you did not diminish what you carry. They confirmed it. A person carrying nothing is not worth targeting. What came against you told you something about what was ahead, that there is something real at the end of this road worth protecting. You made it through the attempts to define you by your worst seasons. You are here, on the other side of the pressure, and what you carried is intact. That is not a coincidence. That is what happens when what is inside a person cannot be reached by what is outside them. What I put in you cannot be taken away. Let that settle. Let it go down into the parts of you that still half believe the old things. Let it reach further than the surface. You are not who the hardest things tried to make you. You are who I say you are. And what I say about you has not changed. Declare, I receive this today if your heart is open. I also need to address the way you speak about yourself, because what comes out of your mouth about who you are matters more than you have been giving it credit for. There is a pattern that happens when someone has been through a long season of pressure. They start to agree with the language of the season. They say things like, I am so far behind. I am not sure I am cut out for this. I have never been good at trusting. I am always the one who gets left. These words feel honest because they feel like what the evidence shows. But they are not describing the truth of who you are. They are describing the story the hardest seasons tried to write over you. Stop using those words. Not because the feelings are not real. The feelings are real. But feelings are not definitions. What you experienced is real. But experience is not identity. You are not required to narrate your life using the language of the worst things that happened in it. Start speaking differently about yourself. Not with grand declarations you do not yet believe. Just with corrections. When the old language comes, and it will come, interrupt it. Say quietly, that is not who I am. Heaven has said something different, and let what I have spoken today be the counterword. You are rare. You are faithful. You held when holding cost you something. Those are the words that match what was found in you. Those are the words I am speaking over your life today. And what I speak does not return empty. There is a shift underway, and I want to prepare you for it. What was built in secret is not going to stay hidden forever. That is not how I work. I do not build things in the dark to leave them there permanently. The hidden season had a purpose, and it has served that purpose. But what was formed in you during the quiet time was not formed to remain quiet. It was formed to be expressed, to go to work, to do what it was designed to do. I want to be careful about what I mean when I say a season of visibility is coming, because this phrase can be misunderstood, and I do not want you chasing the wrong thing. I am not promising fame. I am not guaranteeing that the world will take notice of you in any particular public way. That kind of visibility is not what I am speaking about here. What I mean is something simpler and more significant than that. The things you carry, the depth, the steadiness, the compassion, the quiet authority that was formed in you through pressure, these things are going to be needed. They are going to be called upon. Situations are going to arise around you that require exactly what was built in you through the hardest seasons. People are going to come into your life who are in the kind of darkness you yourself once lived through. And because you went through it honestly, without bypassing it, without performing your way to the other side, you will have something real to offer them. That is the visibility I am speaking about. You will be placed where what you carry is needed. And what you give in those moments will not be advice from a safe distance. It will be the weight of someone who has actually been there, and who came through still holding something that held. That kind of presence changes things in ways that performance never could. It is the difference between someone who has studied a map and someone who has walked the road. People can tell the difference. They feel it when someone speaks from a place of real experience. And what you have to give comes from that place. Now let me address something that may happen as this shift comes. As things begin to change, as doors begin to open, as you find yourself in more visible places, the old voice of comparison may return. It will look at what others have and suggest that you are still not quite enough, that your path is not as clean as theirs, that you have too much history, that the people who are further along somehow got there without carrying what you have been carrying. Do not cooperate with that voice. You have learned something through this season that many people spend their whole lives not learning. You have learned that approval is not the foundation, that what I say about you carries more authority than anything the visible world puts on display. Walk into this new season with that settled, not with your guard up, not striving to maintain it, just settled. The way a person walks into a room when they know they belong there, not announcing it, not defending it, just at ease in it. What was built in silence will speak in the open. What was formed in hiddenness will be expressed in the light. And it will carry authority precisely because it was not manufactured. It was forged. It was tested before it was released. That is why it will hold up under pressure, because it already has. Go forward without competing. Go forward without performing. Go forward the way I shaped you to go, with depth, with steadiness, with the kind of quiet confidence that comes from knowing who you are not, because the world confirmed it, but because I said it. There is something I want to place before you as this season turns. I want you to understand the weight of what is shifting. This is not a small change in direction. This is the ground moving under the whole of your life. The things I planted in the quiet years are ready. The roots that formed in the dark are ready to feed something that will stand in the open. Do not minimize what is coming. Do not shrink back from it because the scale of it feels unfamiliar. You were built for what is coming. The shaping was intentional. The stretching was specific. The things I allowed were not random. They were the precise conditions needed to form what you now carry. And what you now carry is exactly what the next season requires. So go, with steadiness, with depth, with the quiet authority of someone who has been through the fire and discovered that what I placed in them did not burn. Say yes, if you are ready to walk forward. I also want to say something about what you will find on the other side of this shift that you may not be expecting. You will find that the things you thought disqualified you are exactly the things that make you credible. The places where you struggled are the places where you will be most trusted to speak. The seasons where you felt most invisible are the seasons that will give your words the most weight. This is not the way the world works. The world values the polished and the presented. But I work differently. I use what the world overlooks. I place weight in what the world passes by. And the person who stood in the quiet places and did not quit, that is the person I trust to carry what needs to go further. You are entering a season where what you have been carries more authority than what you have performed. Let that register. Let it settle into the way you see yourself and what you bring. The hidden season has done its work. What was formed is ready. And the one who formed it says, "Go." I want to close by bringing you back to where I started, because it matters, and I do not want you to move past it too quickly. You left me speechless, not in a theatrical way, not as a phrase chosen to make you feel good. I mean something very specific by it. When I look at the whole of what you walked through, not the best parts, not the easy stretches, but the full weight of the hardest seasons, the long silences, the moments when everything around you said to stop. And I look at what did not leave you, what held in the center of all of that. I am moved by it in a way that words do not capture cleanly. You are stronger than you have allowed yourself to believe, not stronger in the sense of being unmoved. You were moved. I watched it. You were shaken, pressed, worn down, confused, hurt by things and people that should have been safe. Your strength is not the strength of someone who felt nothing. It is the strength of someone who felt everything and still did not break at the core. That is a different kind of strength. It does not look impressive from the outside. It does not make noise. But when the pressure is real and the cost is high and the easy exit is right there in front of you, this is the strength that stays. And staying, when staying costs you something, is the only measure that ultimately matters. My child, I need you to change how you speak about yourself. Not dramatically, not with declarations that feel hollow. Just stop using the words that do not match what I have told you today. Stop saying you are weak when you have carried things that would have broken most people open. Stop saying you are forgotten when I have been watching everything. Stop saying you are behind when your path was never meant to match anyone else's pace. Stop agreeing with the language that the hardest seasons tried to make permanent. Those words describe the attack. They do not describe the truth. Speak more carefully. When the old language rises, and it will, let what was spoken today interrupt it. Quietly, steadily. That is not who I am. Heaven has spoken something different over me. Let the correction be simple and firm. Let it be a settled decision. You are not behind. You are on the path I set for you. You are not forgotten. I have had my eye on you through everything. You are not too broken. What broke the surface did not reach what I anchored at the center. And you are not ordinary. What was found inside you when the pressure was at its worst is the kind of thing that makes heaven stop and take notice. Hear this clearly. This message is for you. Not for someone who has it together more than you do. Not for someone who has believed longer or struggled less. This is for you. The person who is here, in this moment, carrying exactly what you are carrying, with exactly the history you have. I am not speaking to a polished version of you. I am speaking to the real one. And the real one is exactly who I am saying all of this about. The quiet is over. What was formed in the hidden places is ready to move into the open. What was built in you belongs to the next chapter of your life. Carry it with the steadiness that was forged in you. Carry it with the humility that the long seasons produced. Carry it with the quiet confidence of someone who knows they did not make it through alone, and knows they will not be alone in what comes next. Before you go, I want you to take a moment, right now, wherever you are, and let what just happened settle in you. You received a word, not from someone who observed you from the outside and offered a general encouragement. A word spoken from the one who built you, from the one who has seen the inside of every season you have walked through, the ones you told people about, and the ones you never told anyone about, from the one who found something rare in you when you thought there was nothing there worth noticing. Let it reach you. Let it go past the surface where the old habit of dismissing good things lives. Let it go down into the place where doubt has been living. Let it speak there. Let it begin the work of replacing what was never true. You are rare, not as a compliment, as a fact. What was found in you this season, under the weight, in the long silence, in the moments no one else saw, had to be placed there deliberately and then proved through pressure. And it has been proved. The testing confirmed what I always knew was there. Now, live accordingly, not loudly, just differently than you did before you heard this. Walk with a little more certainty. Speak about yourself a little more carefully. Stop apologizing for taking up space. What I placed in you was meant to be expressed, not suppressed. It was meant to be carried into the world. The season ahead belongs to what was built in the seasons behind. And the one who built it says, "You are ready. It is time." Go forward, my beloved child. Not striving, not competing, not with one eye on what everyone else is doing. Just forward, with depth, with steadiness, with the settled knowing of someone who has been through the fire and discovered that what I placed in them did not melt. I am with you. I was with you through all of it, and I will be with you through everything still to come. What I spoke over you today does not expire. It does not wear off when the feeling fades. It stands because I stand behind it. Carry it. Live it. Let it be the new foundation that the next season of your life is built on. Declare Amen as a seal over every word spoken to you today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
There is something moving in you right now that you have not yet found the right words for. A quiet rearrangement. A change in what you carry, in what your spirit is reaching toward, in what you no longer feel willing to accept. You have been trying to name it, wondering whether what you feel is growth or restlessness or something you cannot yet place. I tell you now, it is not confusion. It is me. I am at work in you, and what I am building is not small, and it is not temporary. I have decided that where I am taking you next requires a different version of you, not a slightly improved version. Not the same person with better habits or a more disciplined routine. I am talking about something that goes deeper than behavior, a change in what you believe about yourself, what you are willing to carry, and what you are no longer willing to settle for. The version of you that has carried this far was strong. It was strong enough to bring you here, but it was built for a different road. What is coming requires different footing, a deeper foundation, and a strength that does not depend on things staying calm. You may have noticed that certain things are beginning to lose their hold on you. Words that used to leave a mark are landing differently now. Situations that once knocked you sideways are finding you steadier than they expected. Habits you kept for years are starting to feel like weight rather than comfort. Do not dismiss these signals. This is the work. This is me pulling away what is loose, drawing out what was only ever there, because you had not yet learned you could live without it. Every loosening is purposeful. Nothing I am removing from you is being wasted. There is also a new direction forming in your hunger. Things you once chased are quieting in your heart. Things you once overlooked are beginning to matter. You are starting to want different things, not loudly, not dramatically, but the way a river finds its course, not by force, but by persistent and certain movement. The desire in you is shifting. And this is not an accident. I am redirecting what you are drawn toward because where I am leading you requires a particular kind of focus. The old appetite would have taken you somewhere else. This change did not begin the moment you noticed it. It began long before that. It was moving beneath the surface of your days, in the quiet moments when you sat alone and felt something lifting or something settling, and could not explain either. In the nights when thoughts that once felt convincing started to sound hollow. In the mornings when you rose with something new pressing against your chest that you could not name but could not ignore. That was not coincidence. That was me. Building something in you that would not announce itself until it was ready to stand. Declare your amen if you feel this word landing in the right place. You are not manufacturing this change. You are not conjuring it through willpower alone. This is a work I am doing from the inside out, the kind that cannot be produced by effort without my hand behind it. I am rebuilding how you understand yourself, how you relate to your own life, and how you carry what has been placed in you. As that rebuilding continues, the outer world will begin to reflect what is already changed within. The opportunities that belong to this new version of you are already being arranged. The doors that belong to this season are already set. The connections meant for who you are becoming are already in motion. There will be people around you who sense something different before you have fully landed in it yourself. They will notice a settledness in the way you speak, a steadiness that was not there before. Some will be drawn to it. Some will pull back from it. Both responses are information. I am not asking you to manage how others receive your growth. I am asking you to remain in it, to trust what is forming, and to stop making yourself smaller to fit into spaces that were built for an older version of you. Those spaces had their purpose. That purpose is done. You have often been someone who talked yourself out of the quiet certainties, who looked for external proof before allowing yourself to believe what was already becoming true on the inside. I am not asking you to stop thinking clearly. I'm asking you to stop using doubt as a wall. The work happening in you is real. The shift is real. The person you are becoming is not a fantasy. It is a finished picture I am working toward, and every day that passes brings it closer to what you will soon be able to see with your own eyes. The strength rising in you does not need to announce itself. It does not need recognition to exist. It is the kind of strength that moves through a room without demanding attention, that holds under pressure without needing to prove it can. You are becoming someone who no longer needs to convince others of their worth because they have stopped needing to convince themselves. That is a different order of confidence. It is quiet. It is grounded. It is growing in you right now, and I am not rushing it because what grows slowly grows strong. What I am doing in you has a shape and a direction. It is not random movement. It is not a vague stirring of improvement without destination. I am building something specific, someone specific, and everything you are experiencing right now, every shift in your thinking and every change in your appetite, is part of that exact design. You are not the same person you were, and you will not be the same person a season from now that you are today. The work is not finished, but what is already visible is real, and it is only the beginning. I want to speak to you about what is being taken away, not to comfort you with explanations you were not ready to hear before, but because now, in this season, you are ready. There are things that have left your life, people who walked out, opportunities that did not materialize, seasons that closed before you felt finished with them. And you have been carrying questions about those departures that no one around you could properly answer. So I will answer them now. I am the one who moved those things. Not all loss is my design, but the specific removals you have been grieving, the ones that left you standing in silence, wondering what you did wrong, those were mine. Not because you failed, not because you were not enough, but because what I saw ahead of you could not coexist with what I removed. You cannot walk into a new territory carrying the full weight of an old one. I will not ask you to. Some of the people who left your life were not equipped to go where you are going. That is not a judgment of them. It is simply the reality of two paths that run alongside each other for a time and then divide. Your path is turning in a direction that requires a different kind of company. The ones who are meant to walk with you in this next season are not the ones who have already stepped back. I am not asking you to harden yourself toward those who left. I am asking you to trust that I know who belongs beside you and who does not. There are also doors that closed on you, efforts that came to nothing, plans that fell apart, openings that appeared and then sealed shut before you could step through. I know how that felt. I know the specific weight of watching something you worked toward come to nothing. But hear this. A closed door is not a verdict on your worth. It is a redirect. Not every path leads where you need to go, and I will not allow you to spend your strength on a road that ends too soon. When I close something, it is because the open door ahead is more specific, more right, and more aligned with what I have placed in you than the one I closed. There is something important about how I do this work. I do not explain every removal while it is happening. I do not narrate every shift as I make it. That is not cruelty. It is the nature of trust. If I explained every move as I made it, you would not be learning to walk by faith. You would be walking by information. And that is not the same thing. The walk I am calling you into requires a settled certainty that I am good, even when the evidence in front of you looks like loss. State, I trust, if you believe my hand is over your life right now. You are also becoming someone who knows the difference between a temporary discomfort and a permanent loss. In the middle of a removal, everything can feel permanent. Every closed door feels like a final answer. Every departure feels like a conclusion. But I see the whole arc, and what looks like an ending from where you stand looks entirely different from where I stand. I see what you are walking toward. I know exactly what is being cleared to make room for it. And I am telling you now, what is coming is worth the clearing. There are old patterns in you that have also been in the process of being removed, and this is perhaps the quietest and most significant work I am doing. Patterns of thinking that led you back to the same cycles, ways of seeing yourself that kept you from reaching for what I had placed ahead of you. Reflexes, the ones that made you flinch or shrink or apologize for what you needed, those are the things I am pulling out at the root. This is not comfortable work. It is not supposed to be. You do not extract something deep without feeling the motion. What you are experiencing as unsettledness, as a kind of groundlessness in certain moments, is in part the sensation of those roots being moved. The old floor is being pulled up because a new one is being laid. You are not falling through. You are being transitioned. And the new ground beneath you will be more solid than anything you have stood on before, because it will be ground I built specifically for this version of you, not the version that entered the old season. Do not go back to retrieve what I have taken. This is important. When something leaves and the absence creates pain, there is a pull to go back, to restore what was, to fill the space with the familiar. I am asking you to resist that pull. The space I am creating in your life is not an accident. It is a form of preparation. What fills it next will not look like what was there before, and it will not need to. What I am bringing you will be recognizable, not because it resembles the past, but because it fits, because it aligns with who you actually are, and where you are actually going. The season of removal is not a season of punishment. I am not extracting things from your life as a consequence for failure. I am doing what any skilled hand does when something worthwhile is being built, clearing the ground, removing what does not belong, making space for what does. You are a work in progress, and I do not apologize for treating you like one. I am building something in you and around you that requires precision, and precision requires removing what does not fit. Trust the clearing. Trust the silence where noise used to be. Trust the empty spaces that used to hold things you no longer have. I have not left you with less. I have made room for more, and more is exactly what is coming. I want to tell you what is growing inside you right now, not what might grow, not what will grow someday if conditions improve. What is growing in you right now, in the middle of this exact season, in the middle of whatever pressure or uncertainty or change surrounds you. Because you need to hear what I see, not only what you feel. And what I see is a person in whom something strong is taking root. There is a quality forming in you that is different from determination. Determination can be forced. What I am building in you cannot be forced. It can only be grown. It is the kind of steadiness that does not need circumstances to cooperate in order to hold its shape. It is the kind of peace that does not dissolve when things get difficult. It is the kind of resolve that does not depend on an audience or on the encouragement of others to keep moving. I am building this in you. It is not finished, but it is real, and it is deepening with every day that passes. You are learning patience without being lectured about it. That is the best way to learn it. Not by being told you need it, but by living inside a season that requires it. And you are learning. The urgency that once drove you into poor decisions, the restlessness that once made waiting feel like defeat, those are quieting. You are beginning to understand that not everything I am doing can be seen on the surface, and that the most important work often happens in the places you cannot observe. That understanding is changing how you move through your days. There is also a new relationship with your own mind forming in you. You are learning to observe your thoughts rather than simply live inside them. A thought arrives, and instead of being immediately pulled into its current, you're beginning to stand outside it and ask whether it is true, whether it belongs to you, whether it aligns with what you actually know. This is not a small development. This is one of the most significant things I can do in a person. Teach them to live in their own mind, with intention, rather than just reaction. You are learning this, and it is changing everything downstream. Your words are also shifting, not dramatically, not all at once, but the things you say about yourself and about your life are becoming more measured and more honest. You are speaking with less recklessness. You're beginning to understand that what you say aloud matters, not in a superstitious way, but in the way that all real things matter. Words shape attention. Attention shapes action. Action shapes life. You're learning to take your own voice seriously, and that is a sign of someone who is beginning to understand their own weight in the world. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. The inner life I am building in you will become the foundation of everything you do outwardly. You cannot build anything lasting on the outside that does not have a corresponding depth on the inside. This is why so much of my work in you right now is quiet, internal, and invisible to others. I am not neglecting the visible parts of your life. I am making sure that what I build there has something solid beneath it. A life built on changed circumstances alone will not hold. A life built on a genuinely changed person, that is what lasts. That is what I am building in you. You are also developing something in the area of discernment, a sharpened ability to sense what aligns with your path and what does not. It is not fully formed yet, but you are beginning to feel it, a quiet signal that rises when something is off, a sense of recognition when something is right. You have always had this, but it was buried under noise, under the urgency to please people, under the fear of missing out, under the habit of ignoring what you sensed in favor of what others expected. That noise is reducing, and as it reduces, you are beginning to hear clearly. I am also teaching you the value of your energy. You are not an unlimited resource. You were never meant to give yourself equally to everything and everyone who asked. The demands on you have never stopped, and for a long time you met them without asking whether they were yours to meet. You are starting to ask that question now. You are starting to notice when something drains you and when something restores you. You are starting to understand that protecting your energy is not selfishness. It is stewardship. And I am the one who placed that understanding inside you. The person you are becoming is not being formed in easy conditions. I am not building you in a greenhouse. The strength I am placing in you is being built in real weather, in real uncertainty, real pressure, real moments where the ground felt unstable and you had to find your footing anyway. This is how genuine strength forms, not in the absence of difficulty, but in the presence of it. Standing, choosing, moving forward. And every time you have done that, something in you has become more capable of doing it again. Something in you has grown a ring, the way a tree grows in a hard season, thicker, denser, more able to hold. Something has changed in the way you see. Not your physical sight. The sight that matters most is the one happening beneath that. The way you read situations, the way you read people, the way you read your own life. There is a clarity forming in you that was not there before, and I want you to understand what it is and where it is coming from, because you will need it, and you will need to trust it. There are things that once pulled your attention without question, urgencies that felt real but were not, distractions that dressed themselves as opportunities, conversations and situations that felt important in the moment and cost you days of your life. You are no longer as easily drawn by those things. You are beginning to notice the difference between what is genuinely calling you forward and what is simply making noise. That distinction, small as it may seem, is one of the most important things I can teach a person. And you are learning it. I am sharpening your discernment. Not the kind that makes you suspicious of everything or closed off from life, but the kind that gives you ground to stand on when a decision has to be made. The kind that helps you recognize when something aligns with your path and when it does not, even when it looks attractive on the surface. You have made choices in the past that looked right from the outside but felt wrong within hours. That feeling was real. I am making it louder, clearer, and harder to dismiss. Your priorities are also reshaping themselves. This is happening quietly but unmistakably. Things you once organized your life around are losing their position. Things you once treated as secondary are beginning to demand more of your attention and your care. This is not confusion about what matters. This is a realignment. I am recalibrating what holds weight in your life, and the process sometimes feels like disorientation before it settles into clarity. But settle it will. And when it does, you will look at your life and see it organized around something truer than what organized it before. You're also becoming more honest about how you have been spending your time. Not in a way that produces guilt, but in a way that produces change. You are starting to see where your hours have been going, what they have been building, and whether what they have been building is what you actually want. That kind of honesty is not comfortable, but it is necessary. I am not placing this awareness in you to burden you. I am placing it in you because you are ready to act on it, and because the life I have for you ahead requires that you show up to it with intention. There is a growing stillness in you as well, and it is one of the signs that I am most pleased to see. Not the stillness of someone who has given up, but the stillness of someone who has stopped needing to fill every silence with movement. You are learning to sit inside uncertainty without immediately trying to resolve it. You are learning to hold an unanswered question without it destabilizing you. That capacity to remain centered in the middle of what is not yet clear is something that most people spend their entire lives without developing. You are developing it now. Alongside the stillness, there is also a growing conviction in you about what you are called to. Not a loud, dramatic certainty, but a quiet and persistent knowing that has been growing in the background of your days. A sense of direction that does not require the approval of others to feel real. A knowledge of what you are built for that goes deeper than what you have yet been able to put into words. I place that knowing there. It is mine and it belongs to you, and no opinion in the world can take it from you once you decide to stand inside it. You are also learning to stop explaining yourself to people who have not asked to understand you. This is a profound form of freedom, and you are just beginning to walk in it. There was a time when you needed people around you to validate your path before you felt safe enough to walk it. You wanted agreement before you moved. You wanted endorsement before you believed. I am not saying that community is without value. I built you for relationship. But I am teaching you the difference between drawing on the wisdom of those who walk with you and depending on the approval of those who are simply watching. Every part of this sharpening serves a specific purpose. I am not increasing your discernment so that you can observe your life more clearly from a distance. I am increasing it so that you can move through your life more precisely. So that when the right opportunity comes, you will not mistake it for the wrong one. So that when the right person steps into your path, you will not dismiss them. So that when I open a door that is specifically yours, you will recognize it and step through it with confidence rather than hesitation. The person you are becoming can carry this level of sight. The older version of you might have found it overwhelming to see so clearly, to feel so precisely, to be so awake to what is right and what is wrong in the decisions in front of you. But the you that is rising now has the capacity for it. You have been built up to carry it, and you will use it well. Clarity is a gift, and I am giving it to you, not in one moment of sudden revelation, but as a steady and growing light inside you that is making your path more visible with every step you take forward. And that light does not fade. It is not borrowed from your circumstances. It is rooted in me, and I am not going anywhere. There is a new quality of confidence rising in you, and I want you to understand what kind it is. because it is nothing like what the world calls confidence. The world's version is loud. It announces itself. It leans on achievement and appearance, and the reactions of others to know whether it is real. What I am building in you is entirely different. It is quiet. It does not need applause to stand. It does not need agreement to hold its position. It rises from something deeper than performance, and it remains even when the room goes silent. This confidence is rooted in a settled understanding of who you are, not based on what you have produced or what others have said about you or how well things have gone. It is rooted in something I have been placing in you over time. A knowledge of your own worth that did not come from a single experience, but from a slow and steady work inside you that is now beginning to surface. You are starting to carry yourself differently, not arrogantly, but with the kind of quiet assurance that belongs to someone who knows they are not walking alone. As this confidence takes shape in you, something else is happening as well. You are beginning to draw different things into your life. The connections you are making, the opportunities that are presenting themselves, the situations you are finding yourself in. These are beginning to shift in quality. This is not coincidence, like calls to like. As the person you are becoming grows clearer and stronger, what you attract begins to match it. The old patterns of connection, where you gave more than you received, where you made yourself small to keep the peace, where you tolerated what you should not have, those are losing their grip on your life. The people who are meant to be part of this next season of your life are not the same kind of people you have been accustomed to. They are not people who need you to diminish yourself in order to feel comfortable. They are people who recognize what is in you, who value it, who contribute to your path rather than redirect it away from itself. Some of them are already close. Some of them are still on their way, but they are coming, and you will know them. Not by how much they impress you, but by how fully you can breathe when you are around them. I also want to speak to you about the relationships you are currently in, the ones that have been tested by this season of change. Not every relationship that has felt strained is one that needs to end. Some of the people who matter to you are simply adjusting to the version of you that is emerging. They are not threatened by your growth, but they are navigating it. Give them time, not indefinitely, and not at the cost of who you're becoming, but with the patience of someone who understands that change requires adjustment from everyone it touches. The ones who are truly for you will find their footing. Receive this word now if you know it belongs to your life. You are also becoming more aware of what you bring into rooms and conversations. Your presence is not neutral. Something in you carries a quality that affects the atmosphere around you, not in a mystical way that requires explanation, but in the plain way that any person of substance affects their environment. You steady people. You bring a quality of attentiveness that others feel without being able to name. You carry a measure of calm that people around you draw on without asking for it. This is not burden, it is calling. And I am teaching you to carry it with intention rather than carelessness. There will be people who come to you with questions they cannot ask anyone else. People who are looking for something settled in the middle of their unsettledness. They will not always explain why they come to you, but they will come. And when they do, what you carry will be exactly what they need. Not because you have all the answers, but because the work I have done in you has made you a place where something solid can be found. This is part of what you are becoming, a person in whose presence others find ground to stand on. This is not a role that comes with performance. You do not have to manufacture it or maintain it by effort. It is something that flows from who you genuinely are, from the work that has already been done, and the work that is still continuing. The most powerful thing you can do is simply keep becoming what I am making you. Keep allowing the work. Keep choosing the path when it is uncomfortable. Keep moving forward when the forward motion feels uncertain. The influence that belongs to this version of you does not require that you pursue it. It will follow you. Your energy is also becoming more specific. You have learned to stop spreading it thinly across too many things and too many people. You are learning to concentrate it, to bring the full weight of your attention to the things that actually deserve it, and to hold back from the things that are simply consuming without giving anything in return. This is not a small discipline. It is one of the marks of someone who has begun to truly understand their own value. And it will compound over time into results that will surprise you. What I am forming in you is not a version of success that you have seen demonstrated in the lives of others and decided to imitate. It is something original to who you are, something that only you can carry in the exact way you will carry it. The path ahead of you is not a copy of anyone else's path. It is yours, designed around what I placed in you before you had words for any of it, shaped by everything you have lived and pointed toward a destination that was set before this season began. I want to speak to you about courage, not the kind that requires no fear, but the kind that moves forward while the fear is still present, the kind that does not wait for certainty before it acts. The kind that has been growing in you quietly under the surface of this season and is now becoming strong enough to act on. Because there are things ahead of you that will require it. Not tomorrow, not someday, in the days and decisions that are already in front of you. There are things you have been putting off because you could not see how they would work out. Choices you have been circling rather than making. Directions you have felt pulled toward but held back from because the outcome was not guaranteed. I understand the logic of that hesitation. It feels responsible. It feels wise. But there comes a point where hesitation is no longer wisdom. It is simply a more comfortable name for fear. And I am telling you now, you are past that point. The time to act is not when everything is clear. The time to act is now, with the clarity you have, in the direction you already feel me pulling you. This does not mean recklessness. It does not mean moving without prayer or without consideration. It means trusting that I do not call people toward things and then abandon them in the middle of the journey. I have never asked you to walk somewhere and then left you to walk it alone. The fear you feel at the edge of a new decision is real, but it is not information about whether you should move. It is information about how much this matters. And the things that matter most are always the ones that cost the most to reach for. You have stood at edges before. You have felt the vertigo of not knowing what was on the other side, and you have made the choice to move anyway. You may not have called it courage at the time. You may have called it necessity or desperation, or simply the absence of any other option. But it was courage. And every time you moved forward at an edge, something in you grew that could not have grown any other way. That growth is part of what has made you ready for this season. And this season will ask for more of it. There is also something I want to say about timing. You have spent time wondering whether things will work out, whether the circumstances will align, whether the moment will be right. I want to replace that wondering with something more solid. My timing is not slow, it is precise. The things I am working toward in your life are not delayed, they are placed. Every moment that has felt like waiting has been a moment of positioning, of arranging what needed to be arranged, of preparing what needed to be prepared. of making certain that what comes to you comes at the moment that will serve it best. When a door opens before the right moment, what enters through it is not ready, and what you receive before you are ready does not stay. I have watched this happen in lives I love, and I will not do it to yours. I am not withholding what is good from you. I am making sure that when it comes, it finds you fully capable of receiving it, holding it, and building with it. That is not absence, that is care. And the delay you have felt is not punishment. It is precision. I also want to speak to the moments when you feel that you cannot go on. Not the dramatic version of that feeling, but the quiet, daily version. The mornings when the effort feels too much. The evenings when the distance still to travel looks larger than the ground already covered. I know those moments. I am in them with you. And what I want you to hold in those moments is this: you are not required to carry the full weight of what lies ahead. You're only required to take the next step, the one directly in front of you. One step with what you have, from where you are. That is all I ask in any given moment. The courage I am building in you is not for a single defining event. It is for the accumulation of daily choices. The decision to be honest when dishonesty would be easier. To speak when silence would be safer. To trust when doubt is what everything around you is offering. It is for the practice of showing up to your own life, fully, rather than at a reduced and manageable version of it. Every day you make those choices, the courage in you grows larger, and it is growing. There is also something being settled in you about your identity that is connected to all of this. You are becoming someone who knows, at a level that is harder and harder to shake, that your worth is not contingent on performance. It is not something you earn back after a failure. It is not something that diminishes when others are disappointed. It was given to you, it is held by me, and nothing that happens in the visible world can add to it or remove from it. Once that truth settles fully in you, it changes what you are willing to risk, because you are no longer risking your worth. Your worth is already secured. The path forward will not always be marked clearly. There will be seasons where the next step is visible and the step after that is not. That is not a failure of direction. That is the design of a journey that requires trust. I will show you what you need to see when you need to see it. I will not withhold the light required for the step in front of you. And I am asking you to trust that and to move. Not when the whole road is lit, but when the next step is clear. That is all trust has ever required. That is all I have ever asked. There is a moment coming, not a distant or hypothetical one, but one that is genuinely close, when you will look at your own life and not immediately recognize it. Not because it has become unrecognizable in a frightening way, but because it has become what you once could only barely allow yourself to hope for. You will stand in a season of your life and realize that the things that once held you have released you. That the weight you carried for so long has been set down. That the person you are is not the person who entered this season, and that the difference is so real and so complete that it will be difficult to remember exactly how the old version of you felt from the inside. I want you to receive that now, not as a distant promise, but as something already in motion, because it is. The arrival is not a single moment. It is the accumulation of every small movement you have made toward it. Every time you chose to trust instead of collapse. Every time you moved forward instead of retreating into the familiar. Every time you stayed in the discomfort of growth instead of escaping back into comfort. All of that is building towards something visible, and the visible part is closer than it appears. There is a peace that is settling in you that I want you to pay attention to. Not the peace of resolution, not the peace that comes when problems are solved and questions are answered. This is a different kind. It is the peace that arrives when a person has decided, at a level beneath words, that they are going to trust me completely. Not partially, not conditionally, not only in the areas where trust feels safe. Completely. That decision creates a quality of interior stillness that nothing on the outside can produce, and nothing on the outside can take away. I see that decision forming in you. I am honoring it. You have been through seasons that ask things of you that you were not sure you had to give. Seasons where the demands outweighed what you could see in yourself. And yet, here you are, not diminished, not broken, not reduced to a smaller version of what you were. Here and growing, and more than what you were before this season started. That is not a small thing. That is something I want you to sit with for a moment, not with pride, but with honest recognition. You're still here, and the you that is still here is not the same you that entered. Something has been added that was not there before. I am also establishing something in you that has to do with your future and the ones you love. The work I am doing in you does not stay within you. It flows outward. The stability I am building in you will create stability around you. The peace I am placing in you will reach the ones you carry in your prayers. The strength I am establishing in your foundation will become part of the foundation that those you love will stand on. Not because you make yourself into a burden bearer, but because people who love you will feel the solidity of what I have built in you and will draw steadiness from it. That is part of the purpose of this transformation. It was never only for you. There is also a new relationship forming between you and hope. Not the fragile kind that depends on good news to sustain itself, but the kind that has weight, that has roots, that does not fold when the circumstances argue against it. You have known the fragile kind, the hope that rises with good signs and collapses with bad ones. I am replacing that with something more substantial. A hope that is grounded in what I have said rather than what you see. A hope that stands in the middle of contradicting evidence because it is not founded on evidence to begin with. It is founded on me. I want to speak plainly about what the rest of this journey will look like, because I will not give you something you are not prepared for. It will not be without difficulty. There will still be seasons that press hard. There will still be moments of uncertainty and moments where the path requires more courage than the moment before. I am not promising you a life that never asks hard things of you. I am promising you a self that is equipped to meet them, and a presence that goes ahead of you into every one of them. You will not face a single thing alone. Not a single decision. Not a single moment of darkness. Not a single step of unfamiliar ground. I am already there. What changes is not that the road becomes easier. What changes is who you are on the road. The same distance feels different when you are carrying it from a place of strength rather than a place of depletion. The same challenge looks different when you face it with clarity rather than confusion. The same life opens up differently when the person living it has been rebuilt from the inside out and is no longer operating from the old fears and the old wounds and the old patterns that once determined everything. That is what I am building, and that rebuilt person is who you are becoming. You will not always be in this season of transition. This intensity, this rearrangement, this particular quality of internal pressure. It is not permanent. It is purposeful. And it is leading you somewhere. The other side of this season holds things that your heart has been reaching toward, things I have been arranging, things that are yours. Not because you earned them perfectly, but because I am a God who finishes what he starts. And I started something in you, and I will complete it. So hear this, and let it settle in the place where you keep the things that matter. I am not done with you. I have not exhausted my plans for your life. The best of what I have for you is not in your past. It is ahead. And the person you are becoming is exactly the person who is ready to receive it. Walk forward, hold steady, trust what you cannot yet see. The one doing the work is faithful, and the work will be finished. Say, yes, I receive this. If your heart is open to all that I have promised you today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.